to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Star Radio with Jacqueline Close. Live from soulstar.media.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Star Radio
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to the show. This is Soul Star Radio, and we're coming to you live from the Reiki Cottage in Preston, Victoria, Australia. And good morning, afternoon and evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm joined by the wonderful Helen O'Connor, who's a Reiki master amongst many other things. I know her from way back. She's a wonderful lady, and we're actually in her healing studio here. So I'd like to welcome you to the show, Helen.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
So tell me, we've sort of known each other way back, but all the people who haven't met you, and certainly introducing sort of watchers, viewers, listeners, telepathically listening people, about your sort of journey with Reiki and what Reiki is. But what sort of got you started on the healing journey?
Okay, so in October this year, and I'm very proud of this, it's going to be 30 years since I first learnt Reiki, and my life absolutely hit me on the head. I was teaching at the time. I taught in special ed. I taught kids with special needs, and I was looking for something. I'd done shiatsu, but I knew that there was something more for these hands. I'd been into psychic stuff and crystals, and obviously old hippie, getting into whatnot. But when I did Reiki, it was like, oh my God, this is what I'm here to do. And I resigned from teaching at the end of that year. That's coming up 30 years. And I started this journey. Now, back then, I was living with anxiety. I used alcohol to let you know.
Very common amongst
self-medicate.
People.
Yep. And Reiki just calmed me. And then I thought, I got a Reiki table and Reiki anyone who would let me Reiki them. And I began this journey. I actually spent 2 years volunteering for a complementary therapies group of people with HIV and AIDS. And that was like an amazing apprenticeship for me. And eventually became a teacher of Reiki. And then 23 years ago, moved to this property, which had a garage in the backyard. And I converted into what's now called the Reiki Cottage. And that's just turned 23 years.
That's beautiful.
So it's been a roller coaster journey, as anyone knows, when you commit to your spiritual journey.
Woohoo! It's getting real.
So panic attacks started. I had counselling. Reiki helped. I learned tapping. I learned neuro-linguistic programming, and I've had clients over the years. I now see people all over the world for tapping, and people come to this little cottage in Preston for Reiki.
Yeah, beautiful. I remember you also did some quite a lot of Reiki on me at a sort of point there, and I remember my father turning up at the end of the table and going, hello. I think he's dead now.
There's been a few spirits in this cottage, I can tell you that now.
I was like, that's how I know my dad's dead. He's just popped up at the end of the table and showing us. So what sort of things, what's the most standout experience you've had with Reiki, maybe the most, satisfying, but also the most weird? Like two different ones.
All right.
Yeah.
One, we're talking about spirit and your father and my father. Just after my dad died, I was doing Reiki here, and the music started going on. And I just knew it was him. And I'm like, excuse me, do you mind? I'm doing a Reiki.
With a client?
With a client. I'm getting paid, so stop it. And so he did. And then another time, I thought, all right, I'm open for you to come. And he was a funny guy. He was a really funny guy, my dad. And I said, okay, you can show yourself if you'd like to. So within a minute, this bird came flying at the window, 4 boom at the window, went down, shook himself off, and then just sat on the fence out there and just looked at me. And I just so knew it was him. Yeah. I've had, doing attunements for people for Reiki, their grandmothers and mothers who come in just like they had done for you. So, that's the weird stuff, I suppose. No, it's not weird. It's not weird. Do it. Satisfying. Oh my God! I'm actually. I love Reiki pregnant women.
Yep.
And I Reiki'd a birth once.
Wow.
That was pretty amazing. And it was actually a water birth.
Oh.
And she didn't want to be touched.
Yeah.
At that stage, when you just hate everybody. And so I put my hands in the water and Reiki'd the water.
Yeah.
And that birth was just
easy,
amazing, gorgeous.
I remember once, my poor dear at the time partner, and he was like, he's doing this. He's going, don't worry, it'll be okay. I'm here. And he's actually doing this around my thumb. And the first time, at the first birth, I'm like totally just putting up with that because I've got a lot of other stuff going on. And the birth was like, I don't know, an hour in the hospital because, that baby's coming on through. Yeah. It was like a football match. Yeah. Certainly the midwife sort of spoke about football references. But the second time around, it was like, I'm in charge now. And it was a 7-hour birth in the hospital. And they said, the doctor's not here yet. But, they showed me this crow thing. And I said, and I crossed my legs and went, you show me the doctor, I'll show you a baby. But no doctor, no baby. So guess what you're doing? And but then he tried this thing, the partner. Don't worry, it'll be okay. Rubbing the thumbnail. And I just said, stop that. And then I said, give me your arm. And he couldn't use his arm or lift it for about a month after that. And so he thoroughly participated in the birth experience, but that's not quite Reiki, is it?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Well, both my children's births were Reiki. I had a Reiki person at the birth. So the pregnancies were Reiki, and I was 37 and 40 when I gave birth. Completely natural births, no.
Wow. Now that's amazing.
And my husband at the time for the second birth, actually, he did the Reiki and he felt that baby receive the Reiki just as he was coming out. And it was, pretty, and he was a buffer. And
nothing quite like a kid with a big head, is there?
Yeah, so gorgeous now. It was at 40, it was, it was painful, but but I know the Reiki helped. And, I didn't need outside help.
So what we might do today is we're going to actually show you some Reiki. Don't worry, be with clothes on, there's no birthing happening. Although it could be a rebirthing. That's possible, but we're going to show you. Helen's going to explain the steps. And I'm going to lie down on this table there, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So you can take us through how it all happens and maybe explain what Reiki is while you're going.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we'll just get you on the table. So if someone comes in for a Reiki, I'll do their client form, get some history. Hang on, I'm just going to put that towel.
Probably should take my hat off. Kind of handy. Yep.
All right. Go, cover you up. As you say, uncross those legs. She's defensive already.
Oh, I'm always doing that. It's a shield making thing.
Oh, I know.
Sort of one for the next
Make it nice and warm.
Hi, Donna, by the way. Got to say hi, Donna. And Daryl. And
nice and warm.
Everyone else. Yeah, I'm warm. I'll be fine.
Okay. So Reiki is a Japanese word for spiritual energy. And so when I place my hands on a person's body, their holistic being draws that energy through. So it's spiritual, it's physical, it's emotional, and it's mental. It goes to where it's needed. So it gives you what you need, not necessarily what you want. Oh, she's on. She's gone. And so, if you're working on an issue, perhaps, you might get some clarity. If you have a cold, it absolutely accelerates the body's innate ability to heal itself. If you're working on some spiritual stuff, it will help with that. Every Reiki is different.
So when did you start Reiki, and what's your lineage, or who did you
Okay,
train?
yeah. I learned with a beautiful woman whom I still see, called Valerie Ives. Her lineage comes through Phyllis Furamoto, who's the granddaughter of Takata, Hawaii Takata. So my lineage is Yusui Hayashi, the naval officer, Hawaii Takata, who died in 1980 and who attuned 22 masters. Phyllis, her granddaughter. Marta Getty is a woman who lives in America, still alive. Valerie was one of two people who came to Australia. There was Beth Gray from America and Marta. And Valerie was one of those early Reiki teachers. And Valerie's now about 85, still see her, we still catch up. Gorgeous woman, she certainly doesn't look 85. And then I also, with the complementary therapies group, I worked with Denise Hundle, and I've worked with lots of people. I'm a member of the Australian Reiki Connection, so I've had colleagues and other teachers that, in fellowship and
That's a really well-connected group around, really, isn't it?
it is, yeah, it is. There are lots of variations of Reiki. There's lots of offshoots and whatever.
That's just really rebranding and repackaging. Or?
It is, well, yes, no.
Isn't it?
With the advent of the internet, people went back to Japan and learned the sort of the true history of Yusui. So I've also been trained in Japanese techniques, and so when I teach Reiki now, I brought it right back to its basics, which is having the 4 attunements over a weekend, hands-on healing, some meditation, the precepts, which are just for today. I let go of worry and anger. I'm humble and compassionate. I do my spiritual work, and I show gratitude for everything. So we live by those principles. And what's the other thing? Oh, the symbols and mantras that you learn later on. Yeah. I tend to, if some Reiki people give messages, I tend to not do that. I prefer that people just go within and find their own messages.
I found that we had a lady started, I actually booked a Reiki with a lady once, and she says, "Oh my God, I don't normally get this stuff, but for some reason with you, I'm going to just tell you these messages," and you're like,
No.
And suddenly she was psychic, and I thought, is it catching? I'm not sure. And it's like, it is distracting.
Yeah, not how I operate. So I've thought about that a lot, and the intention for people who come here is that I'm not the guru. Make me the guru. I'll knock myself off as quickly as you can say, Jack Rabbit.
and that old word of "gee, you are you." Yeah. So you're moving the hands there, like when you're moving the hands across the body. What are the reasons for those points for people who don't know?
There are hand positions that we use. Some people scan the body and go to where they think it's needed. I actually just do the hand positions. And no, I totally trust that the Reiki's going to go to where it's needed. Yeah. So really, I could hold your big toe for an hour, and you get the Reiki.
That could be interesting.
It would. What's your big toe like?
Not so good. I've been running too much. I'm in trouble with my diapers.
Would you like your feet to be? Have a little bit of Reiki. Can we get the camera on there?
Yes, we are.
Right, there we are. Let's do some tootsies.
This is quick.
Actually, I'll do your knees. Yeah, and your feet at the same time. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa, hello.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. So do you find that when you're working on the feet, that brings people back into the body, or do you find that if they need to go off somewhere, that they should go off? Or?
I tend to do the feet last to bring them back to ground them. Yeah. So.
And people who think way too much like me sort of have to start up here somewhere.
Oh, I usually do start on the head, but for the purposes of today, we're just doing a little bit. And so it takes an hour. So I usually spend 5 minutes on 12 positions on the body. So a few places on the head, the heart, the stomach, the hips, knees, ankles, and the feet.
And also, do you find that we've heard of distant Reiki and distant healing?
Yep.
How do we operate that for someone?
Well, if someone would like to receive, and I like to call it distance and absent Reiki.
Yeah.
So an absent Reiki for me, in my world, is when I sit down and send a Reiki to somebody across the world or in hospital or something. A distance Reiki is when I send Reiki back in time or forward in future. So because Reiki transcends all time and space, we can sit down on a Sunday and send Reiki to the dental appointment on Thursday.
Yep.
And it will kick in at that time.
You can also send Reiki to your boss's chair. Now that could be fun.
To your boss's what?
Boss's chair?
Yes.
Yeah, because if they're rather grumpy and, I'm sort of feeling like if they're feeling the one, is that something that you found people have done as well? Or?
Absolutely. I used to teach in a school for kids in a juvenile detention centre.
Yeah.
So I had 12 kids locked up in a room, and if I went in the morning, this is just when I first learnt Reiki, because I did resign after that, and I would throw the symbols up into the corners. Yeah. So I come in and the boys would be high as kites, just
From the energy.
from the energy.
Not actually from drugs.
No. Although, a funny thing, I used to Reiki them a little bit, just a bit on their shoulders, and one kid said, "Oh, do what you do. Do that thing you do, miss. Better than 2 bongs."
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So,
It's like getting high on life.
it is. It's a natural high. So, that answers the question.
Absolutely. I found once that I was doing healing to myself in all space and time.
Yes.
And I was flung back to a situation that happened when I was 3.5.
Yes.
But the funny thing was that when I was 3.5, I saw the older me come into that situation. So that sort of...
That's quite well. For you, anything's possible.
God, yeah.
So, but it is true. You can go back and go back to those times when the rotten times in your past, and Reiki those and let go and heal that stuff.
Yeah. So it helps with that sort of calming. And Reiki, that can work, I find, with space clearing as well.
Yeah.
Like, how do you,
you can
recommend people do that?
Well, the way I teach it is I grab a piece of incense and I walk through my house and do the symbols. Like I Reiki the cottage before anyone comes. Like today, before you arrived, the cottage, I have a way of cleansing the cottage with the symbols. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. All right. We might sit up again.
Yeah.
And here we go. So that was fantastic. I sort of went zipping off pretty well straight away. So it's sort of the thing you'll find, and the reason why we did that so you could see it is those who are very sensitive would go, whoa, feel that energy. So even if you're sort of new to Reiki, it's a transmission of the energy. You're bringing the universal energy down and through you, but it's through that attunement that gets done. So whereas with spiritual healing per se itself, there's no actual attunement. So this is where that's different. So what's the story of Mikao Yusui in a sort of a shortened version?
Okay, he was born in 1865. He was a businessman. He had 2 kids. He was married. He was into learning and psychic stuff. He was into psychic stuff. He decided in about 1920 or something to go and sit on the top of Mount Kurama outside of Kyoto, in Tokyo, for 21 days. And he said, I'll either be enlightened or I'll die.
Yep.
So off he went. He fasted for 21 days and he said a great light upon him. And he was given the gift of Reiki. We say it was rediscovered because this has been going on forever. This hands-on healing, I suppose. And he spent 4 years and then he died of a stroke at 62.
Wow.
Yeah.
But his sort of work was done, I guess.
His work was done,
Okay.
And it was passed on through a few different people. There's a Japanese link and there's the Western link. So
did he ever work with the Tibetan symbols?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, because you got people using the Japanese symbols and you got people using these other symbols.
I don't know whether they've been brought. Look, I can't say. You know, that's where the different strains of Reiki have come in. People meditate and get stuff or think they get stuff or, I tend to just...
I had a dream.
So there's all sorts of different stories. You know, it's the nature of groups, isn't it?
It is. I think it's always better to go back to that original, and that's where with the Australian Reiki Connection, they're sort of saying, all right, well, you just need to teach the actual thing.
Just
and then
back
anything
to the
you're doing
original.
different, back to the original, anything else you're doing, call it something else.
Absolutely.
And do that as the something else, but then if it's Reiki, it's Reiki.
And say it's something, you know, if you just be very clear. You know, if you want to bring right down crystals into it, then say so. But when you come here, you just have Reiki. I like the purity of that. It's a lot quieter. It is.
And focused. Because when we sort of do too many things at once and go, woo, it's all a big one thing, and I'm just adding this and adding that and adding that, and it's, I don't mind, it's all just... No.
we do after a Reiki often we will you know, pick a card. I've got some cards over there. I always say it's not Reiki, but we're just having some fun. And if you don't like it, pick another one.
That's good. Cool. So, I like that. So well, let's have a look at the cards. We might do a card for all the viewers.
All right.
We'll pick a card for today for the viewers.
Let's see what...
She's got some good decks there.
I have some Crystal Oracle. I love Tony Salerno. So I have Magdalene, Crystal Oracle, or the Love cards.
What do you reckon we'll go for the crystals? I think we'll go for the crystals, I think they'll speak the quickest to everyone. So this is from the Crystal Oracle.
Crystal Oracle. Tony Salerno is a guy who does beautiful artwork. He's a Reiki person in Melbourne. He's been around for a while, probably as long as I have.
I think he's been around as long as most of us have.
So you can just have a look and choose one of those.
All right, folks out there.
I'll read it for you, for all of us.
For today. Healing for everyone watching in our times. Oh, there we go. As you're right.
As you're right. Okay. As you're right.
And it's interesting because it's got gold with quartz on the left-hand side, amethyst on the right, rose quartz at the very end, and the very start of the deck, of course, is aquamarine, my favourite stone.
Really?
But it's azurite we've got here today for everyone out there watching.
So the words are self-confidence, creativity, and expanding awareness. Believe in yourself, for you have the ability to materialise your dreams. Throughout the coming months, you will begin to expand your horizons and explore new possibilities for your life. You will realise that all you need in order to manifest your dreams is self-confidence. Believe in yourself and do not let anything stand in your way. Even if you are rejected, do not give up. For even rejection can serve to strengthen your resolve and character, provided you're ready for it. Expect it and see it as something you can learn from. Success is guaranteed provided you remain focused and confident. See every experience as a learning experience.
I rather like that one because we've literally just had that wonderful Cancer Capricorn eclipse, and we're going through all these planets in retrograde, and so it's like very poignant. Plus, of course, Mercury.
Oh, yes.
So it's all about, hang on, try not to take things personally, but do actually deal with the issue. So spiritual bypassing, avoid that part. I'm liking the themes in there. It's been wonderful talking and catching up with you again, and sharing the space with you.
Great fun.
Yeah, and if you want to find Helen, you can go onto the Soul Star Radio Facebook page, on A1R Radio, and there's actually a link to our website. Meanwhile, there's going to be more shows this evening, afternoon and morning on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's going to be a lot of fun for you. There'll be live calls for readings. Today's been an educational show for us. In the meantime, I'm going to wish you the best. I'm going to be up at Deniliquin, so Denny Spiritual and Psychic Expo this weekend, and I look forward to catching up with people there. And in the meantime, going to catch up with the rest of you next week. Lots of love and light and happy times. Bye!
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sapphire Souls with Amber Price. Live from amber-price.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sapphire Soul
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, I'm Amber Price and I am with Liz Throp today, psychic medium. She is a special friend of mine and an even more special psychic medium. And I wanted to have Liz join us today here on Sapphire Souls on A1R Radio. And we're going to chat today a little bit about a few psychic medium things. And so I want you to get to know Liz a bit better. So I'm just going to let you know a little bit more about her. So in 2011, Liz chose to devote herself to being a full-time psychic and never looked back. Like she is, just full force headed into it, and really we're, as a community, glad that she did.
Aw, thanks.
Yeah, of course. And so Liz has been featured on Canadian television, the Paranormal Show, several times as an expert. And she was regularly broadcasted on a local radio morning show at Country 89 FM. And she has her amazing show called The Gifted Ones on Giant TV. And so her show, you should check that out as well. She talks to a lot of really interesting people. And it's from everything from angels to zombies, A to Z. So Liz not only is a psychic medium, but she's a certified life coach. So she helps people set goals and manifest them into reality. And she is the president of Psychic Kids United, Inc. And so she is helping everybody learn what it is to be a psychic kid and how to manifest all of those great abilities, and giving parents help along the way in order to guide them with all of that. Because as you know, it might be a huge task, right? A huge task.
Well, right? Being a kid and a mom?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, both sides of it.
From when we were children, that's the whole purpose of it, was to get the information out there for children and their parents, so that they would be able to support each other.
That's right. And it's really great. If you haven't checked that website out, you should check it out, because there's a lot of good information on there. And so recently, Liz has won Top 10 Reader's Choice Psychic Award through the Hamilton Spectator in 2016, 17, and 18, and a finalist in both psychic and life coaching categories for 2019. She was also recognized for Reader's Choice Awards for Top 10 Psychic in the Welland Tribune, Niagara Falls Review, St. Catharines Standard. Good for you. That's awesome. Good job. And so Liz has also won the 2019 Psychic Spiritual Excellence Halo Award and was a finalist in both the Coaching Professional and Medium Spiritual Excellence Halo Awards. And so the Spiritual Excellence Halo Awards are something that I decided that I was going to start offering, as I mentioned in one of my previous podcasts. And so Liz was one of the big winners amongst some other amazing people. Yeah. And so that was interesting.
Very blessed. I couldn't believe it. It was one of those nights where, dreams are made of. Yeah. I was called up to the stage way too many times for my liking. But it was good. It was great.
Yes, it was. And if you ever wondered what it was like to be in a room full of psychic mediums or holistic healers, oh my gosh, you have to know that room was buzzing. And several of us days later even said, like, we feel like we're on some sort of spiritual hangover or something, because it was just in a very positive way, very fulfilling and just genuinely overwhelming in a positive way.
It was.
Yeah. So that was so cool to be part of that together. And Psychic Kids United has also won Spiritual Writer Composer and the Green Spiritual Excellence Halo Award as well. And your show The Gifted ones also won.
I know.
Yes, they also won one as well. And so Liz lives in St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada, just a little short way away from me in Niagara Falls. And she lives with her husband, Andrew. She has a daughter, Stephanie, and son-in-law, Brandon, who have two grandchildren. Yeah, Peyton and Warren. And you're called Emma, right?
Yep.
And to stepmother to Ian and Allie.
Yeah.
And so thank you, Liz, for coming. And, you guys are going to be great because you've got a perfect person to answer some psychic questions.
Oh my gosh,
today.
the two of us together? Are you kidding me?
Yes.
This is exciting.
Let's hope that nothing breaks tonight. Because every time we touch something, it goes down or breaks. So we'll do our best.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So no, it can be a little daunting. So especially around technology when, especially when the two of us are together, like everything kind of goes haywire. So I'm very nervous that
we're going to be good. Oh my goodness. So we have a caller, Janet.
Oh, cool.
Yes. So hi, Janet.
Hi, Janet. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, hi, Janet. Here you are. Hi.
Hi, sorry, my volume.
Oh, that's okay.
Hello? Do you hear me?
You're here with me.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
How are you? Thank you for having me today.
Oh, thank you for calling in,
calling
Janet.
you for general. Sorry to speak over you.
She just
sorry. What did you say?
I said a general, anything that comes up, or is it something specific that I have to ask?
Okay, all right, gotcha. Sorry.
Okay. So, Yeah, I'm actually picking up with you, Janet, that this year coming is about to be radically different from what you're used to. So did you just have a change in job, or are you looking at changing jobs? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'm on the verge of it, actually. I do in-store demos, and it's not where I feel like I want to be,
Yeah. This is actually, we were just talking about
We absolutely were. Okay. We must have known you were going to call Janet because we were just talking about something.
Oh my God, so, perfect.
We're coming into a 4-year. So 2020, you add up the numbers 2 + 0 + 2 + 0 = 4. And what that actually means is when you follow the tree of life, the Kabbalah's perspective, it's a love year. And it's also a push year. So it's all about things changing and we're absolutely about to embark upon new horizons. Anything that hasn't been serving us or sitting well with us this year, we're probably just going to drop it. So you're probably starting to be really uncomfortable in certain aspects of life. And this is your job specifically was what I was picking up on, is just about, I feel like you're about to make a radical change, and it's exciting. I'm not worried about it, but I feel like you've been kind of nervous, and they're showing me 3. So is that 3 years that you've been thinking about this?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's been a little bit, maybe 3 months.
3 months,
where it hit really strongly.
Yeah. So,
but I do have 3 jobs. So.
Oh, geez, you have 3 jobs.
3 jobs. Yeah. Okay, that's the 3 too.
Yeah.
So something's got to change there. That's that's too much as well. Where's your time?
Yeah.
Time for everything doing 3 jobs. Okay, so we got to kind of pare it down, and I'm just not really crystal clear on what it is you're going to be doing. I keep asking them. Are you picking anything up?
Yeah, that would be nice to know.
Yeah, you are very covered in a blue light right now for me. So when I'm seeing blue around you, it really gives me the impression that you have to do something with communication and artistic.
Intuition or?
Yes. The communication. So sometimes when I see a symbol such as social work or teaching, that also is a very intuitive message. So somebody who's really, and your crown chakra is on fire. You have this huge light coming out of the top of your crown. Wow. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure you must have done a meditation or you did some sort of like asking for help today, because I'm hearing I'm supposed to be telling you. And there's the whole time I'm connecting to you, Janet, my shoulder is oh my goodness.
Yeah.
My shoulder is just so sore here. Yeah. And I equate that to a lot, like you're carrying a lot responsibly. Yeah. Heavy weight. But also you might want to keep an eye on your shoulder or arm, because I'm not sure what's happening in there, but I just feel like a little bit sore tension.
I'm actually getting it up the neck as well. So right in here.
Like because of this whole stress, I've been having a little bit of an ailment back there. So yeah.
So we just said that as well. That's one of the things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I'm seeing a blue jay sitting perched right here on the shoulder as well. This is, I don't know who this gentleman is. His name is George, but he's standing right behind you. And he's letting us know that he's guiding your path. So everything he's giving you just a little glimpse at a time. And so like highlighting that road for you so that you can see just a little bit at a time could be frustrating, because you want to kind of get to the end zone and see what you're doing. But part of it is because you're going to get a left turn in probably, I'm thinking March is the 3 for me, but you know, too, yeah, you got lots of 3s around you, so it could be a lot of things. But this is going to be an exciting turn. I think you're going to get. Are you working with a mentor for spirituality somewhere in Florida?
I work with a lot of different spiritual people. But yeah, it makes sense that they would be in the East Coast. They're all over the place. And there is one person in Connecticut, but I don't know exactly where they are.
Okay, no problem. I feel like you're going to really connect to somebody in the Florida state, probably between March and April, or 3 to 4 months from now. And so that's supposed to be really, really enlightening, especially for your health. One of the things that, you know, as a very sensitive person, actually recently I just had a pretty big health scare myself, and you know, I tend to get them as a sensitive person. So we were just talking about that as well. So just remember to clear your energy, because it's like sticking to you like one of those Nerf balls that kind of stick to the, everything's kind of coming at you at the same time.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Just from a, so, but this is very helpful. I really appreciate it. You know, you've been enlightening.
Good.
Oh, no problem. Can I just ask about your transportation? They keep taking your wheels away, so I'm not sure if that means you've had to fix something or just got a new mode of transportation.
Oh, yeah, I did. It's blue. It's a blue Tucson. I just got it recently. Oh, my God.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
That's fantastic.
Everything about you tonight is the 3s and the blues. Yeah. So keep that in mind for the 2020, the year 4, where you're going in. Keep those for your positive numbers and colors.
Oh, wow. A lot of synchronicities. Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem, Jana. Thank you so much for connecting with us tonight.
Of course. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Aw.
That is awesome. I'm so happy that she called in. She's got such a beautiful light about her. Holy.
I know, but such epic things coming up for her in the new year. So a lot of people out there are probably feeling this heaviness right now.
Yes.
You know, like you had mentioned your health concerns, and I have been feeling like, and I was explaining to you earlier, like I'm carrying an extra person around.
Yes, it feels heavy.
Very heavy, but not in a not in a very extreme negative way. It's just, I just feel like, dragging everything around with me. So I think that's because we're leaving this, you know, we're coming up to the closure of 2019, and we have to get rid of and unpack a lot of the stuff that's we've carried through the year.
Absolutely.
So that's one of the things I've started to do. Have a life review, and what did we do well this year? What could we have done differently? So anybody sort of watching this could sort of think like, what can I release? Like, I don't know about you, but a lot of my readings recently have been relationship related.
Yes, there's a lot of relationship last little while. Yeah.
Yes. And love and a lot of people finding that, that people are leaving them. And so it's like, what is that? Like, I seem to have like this magnet of people that are finding me that they're losing their partners in a relationship breakup, not in like a loss sort of sense. But it's kind of a blessing if you can look at it from that perspective, guys, because, if they're not going to stick around, it's for a reason, and actually it's doing you a huge favor. But they're not seeing it that way. They're feeling very overwhelmed and heavy as a result of the loss, right? Because it is like it's like a passing.
Oh, yeah. Really. You have to go through the stages of grieving, whether you lose a friend or a partner or whatever, just through deciding to go separate ways in the physical world. Yeah. So you still have to go through all of those stages of grieving. But they do give you a lot of gifts out of it. Maybe they gave you, somebody who pushes our limits makes you have to set boundaries. And some of us, especially empaths, do not like boundaries. So we like them. We just don't know how to make them.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah. So that's definitely something when somebody is there and they're pushing you all the time. It's like, okay, you have to learn to say no or set boundaries or do self-care. And so you're always getting something out of any type of relationship that you have, even if it's just passing by someone. I always use the experience of road rage, because
perfect enough.
If I was walking in a department store and I had somebody come super fast up up the back of me, like pushing up the heels, trying to make me go faster, and then got mad and turned and swerved and slammed on in front. Yeah. Like that wouldn't really necessarily fly because you're right in person. Yeah. But because you're in a vehicle, it almost makes it okay to some. And so I think it's just energy, and it does like help you get through that. Absolutely. Right? You have to work with the energy and set the boundaries for sure.
Yeah. Teach people how to treat you. That's my number one mantra for this year coming up. If you don't teach people how to treat you, they're going to do whatever they choose. And if you're not setting the bar, this is what I require in order to be connected to me, then you're going to become a doormat. So,
and it's difficult because when you're used to like operating in a relationship like that, it's easy to go back to the comfort zone of, saying it's okay, I'll take more. You feel better, but I'll take it for you and I'll hold on to it. Yeah. But that's, like you're saying, to circle back, relationships will be changing. And, even with careers and job choices, if you're not happy, you also have to make those changes, but you also still have to go through the steps of grieving with that as well, because it's something you're used to and it's in the motion, and not a lot of people are easy to let something like that go, being it's their bread and butter, right? Yeah. So it is almost harder to leave a job that you're not enjoying than it is to leave a relationship sometimes.
Exactly. So true.
Mm-hmm. And then you get the illness. So as we were saying, even myself this last week or two, I don't know, exactly what's happening. People that are spiritual tend to get autoimmune problems that go undiagnosed for a long time. I was fortunate because within the last 10 years, finally got a diagnosis, so I can help myself a lot better, and knowledge is power for sure. But this time of year, this is hard for us, right? Like for anybody, whether you're super sensitive to energy or not, this is a very busy time. The hours change, so there's not enough light outside. Yes. We're maybe not taking as good care of ourselves, or eating is a little bit quicker because you're not wanting to sit and cook and spend time.
Yeah. And I don't think I've cooked for like 4 days.
Yeah.
It's been carry out every day, but that's the worst, right? Like, it's just the worst. So, we definitely have to be mindful of our body at this time of year, definitely. But the autoimmune thing, like I as well was diagnosed with thyroid issues. Yeah. So, I think it is something that we suffer from for sure, because we are taking on a lot of other people's energies from above and around us. And I don't know if that's the cause, but
we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. We do use our bodies in very different ways. Yeah. And so who's to say why or what or how? And that's just something, but it seems to be a lot more symptoms with a lot less of a main diagnosis.
Exactly.
Right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And so what do you do to help control how much energy you're giving out or receiving?
I definitely, I plan my day so that, like, I'm a morning girl, so I plan my day so that my clients are in the morning. And then I give myself at least an hour to just be. So if that's listening to music, meditating, where I'll just be within this Liz time.
Yeah.
Nobody else is around the house, which is wonderful, right?
Very rare.
Yeah, for you it is. So I'm an empty nester now, so it's unless like
we got 5 kids, 2 grandchildren, 4 cats. Like it's almost
a full house over here. I'm the opposite. There's just the 2 of us at home now, so it's great. Yeah, I do get the grandkids every once in a while. I get the grandkids almost nightly, but yeah, it is. It's wonderful. But they're little energy, rechargers for me. Sometimes they're not. I'm going to be honest. So definitely just really take time for you. Meditation, I can't say it enough. If you can't do the mindful meditation where you're just like doing your thing, because I have a monkey brain, so a monkey mind, I can't turn it off as easy as most people. So I'll do the guided meditations. That's where I go.
I do the guided meditations as well. It's a lot easier to focus on what, they're kind of guiding you to than to lay and be quiet and have your mind go, right? And so
what do you use?
So you know what I like? What? And I use YouTube. I use YouTube, right? Okay. But one of my favorites is Lisa Beachy.
Oh, Lisa Beachy.
Lisa Beachy. She's a Reiki master, and she has some amazing meditations for moms. So some of them are super fast, and that works perfect for me for having limited time frames. So I can do a meditation in 5 to 10 minutes, or I can choose to do one for an hour, whatever works for you. So now, of course, you have to resonate yourself with who you are attracted to.
Yeah, and I use fragrantheart.com, and it's out of Australia. It's Elizabeth Blakey, and she's amazing. So check it out. Free meditations, and all different levels of meditation. And there's got to be something there for you between the 2 of us. Yeah.
And I have some apps on my phone. I think one is Relax and something else. And so those are great too. It's endless. The supply of information is just endless. But I think for myself, meditations are one of the least amazing things that I do for myself. I think just going for a drive in my vehicle every day is part of my routine. So I listen to music and I look at the scenery, and anything by water or trees makes me happy. And so doing stuff like that. And then
forest bathing.
That's right. Oh my goodness, that's so nice.
I love it.
And knowing your time limit on things too, right? We get invited to a lot of different things, or you're juggling with responsibilities and that kind of stuff. So set some time limits, okay, I'll be here for 30 minutes, or I can stay here for 2 hours, and then you just go with that, right?
Yeah, trust yourself. When you know you're done doing something, you're done.
Yeah.
Don't force yourself. When I learned to say the word no, it was amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
You too?
Sounds foreign.
Well,
yeah.
I know. Yeah. No, I never was able to say the word no, but now I can say it, no problem.
Yeah. And it's amazing because when you practice those tiny little shifts, when we're talking about our health, I mean, it really does help. And so your body will tell you when you need to slow down. And so that's what just happened to me recently. It was, okay, Amber, time to slow it down a little bit. And if you're not going to do it, then we'll do it for you. And so that's what kind of I got out of that message. So, and the amount of energy I find that I use during a reading, I don't usually do readings if I'm this ill, because then bless you.
Excuse me, sorry.
If I was that ill in the last little while, I usually don't do readings because it takes a lot of energy to do it. And so just kind of rearranging your schedule and kind of just knowing how, take a day or 2 to rest and then get back on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, right? All right, so what do you have upcoming?
Well, we got Christmas. It's all about Christmas at the Throb household. So it's literally, I'm all shopped out. I don't have to get anything else. I just literally have to wrap at this point. And then We've got a really exciting, the Throp annual Christmas party. Other than that, we've got just some gingerbread making. I saw you did some gingerbreads in this house.
We have about 10 of them lined up on our dining table.
So cute. They're so cute.
It's one of our traditions.
I love it. That's our tradition too. I love it.
Yeah, it's amazing. So I'm glad to hear that. It's so fun. And you know what? It's a time to remember the ones that we've lost.
Yes.
And,
absolutely.
Knowing that they're, in spirit and, maybe listening to their favorite Christmas song or reminiscing about some stuff. Or if it's too difficult, then, just holding them in your heart. But it definitely is a time that we wish we had everyone with us.
Exactly. And, talk about them. Don't be afraid to talk about them. They're with you. They are there. They're at that dinner table. They're enjoying the exact same event you are. So don't feel like you can't talk about them. Everybody feels so much more connected when we're talking about them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It helps to heal, and everybody does stuff at a different time frame. And so being mindful that everybody is kind of grieving at different times. And so when you're out and about, there might be people who don't want to attend parties or they don't see themselves and they're not going to. And so that's okay, because that's the process that they're taking.
Yeah. Don't take it personally.
Yeah. Don't take it personal. It's just something that all of us have to experience and go through at our own pace. And so definitely just absorb it all and enjoy the time that you have with each other and your friends and family that we have now. And I'm thankful for you coming today. Thank you so much. Yes, that was amazing. I love that you can catch Liz on Giant TV on YouTube, right?
Yeah, Giant TV Niagara. It's the Gifted Ones with a Z at the end of ones.
Yeah, so, Gifted Ones. And check her out, see what kind of guests that she has coming in and talking about all those awesome things. And then check out my website, amber-price.com, for more information about my upcoming events and workshops. And we'll talk to you next week. Right?
Yeah.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone had a good week. time seems to be going by so quickly. I feel like we just started the month of December and we're already 2 weeks away from Christmas and another week away from the new year. There's so much happening astrologically and energetically right now. I feel like I've been in the twilight zone since the start of December. It's not a bad place to be, but I feel a little not so grounded, if that makes sense. So listen, we have 2 more days of portal activations after today, and today is a very significant 12/12 gateway activation at 12:12 p.m. earlier today, not to mention we have the full moon in Gemini tonight as well. So this is an intense activation of soul awakening, and those of you sensitive to the energies probably already feel this. And this activation is helping prepare you for the energies of 2020, leaving the past behind and deepening your connection with the divine, along with becoming more aware of the collective consciousness and how we are all one. And this activation will begin to transform you with each passing day. It's not something that, happens overnight. It's something that begins and then unfolds through a series of events, and, it's a process. But on top of that, we are finally completely out of Mercury retrograde in Scorpio as of Monday. So you should begin to feel some of the heavier emotional stuff lift a little bit. And you'll have a big window free from retrogrades from now until February 2nd. If you've been planning on doing anything new, everything from making new friends to launching new products or starting your own businesses, now is the time to do it. This is the time to seize opportunities. And even with the holiday period upon us, December has a really strong energy of just getting stuff accomplished. And again, getting stuff accomplished is everything from chores to self-improvement, anything that you've been wanting to get done, well, now is the time. And you'll also feel a sense of urgency, like everything needs to be done now. Like you have to get it done. It has to be completed. And in many ways, you do need to get it done. It's time to wrap up 2019 and lay the foundation for the new energies coming in 2020. And the energies will feel very supportive to any major plans that you're making for yourself, especially life-changing ones. So this is the time to do it this month. Trust your intuition, pay attention to synchronicities. Those synchronicities, they're helping guide you. And there will be plenty of time this month to enjoy yourself with friends, with family, traveling, learning, writing, spiritual pursuits, and teachings. I mean, it's a really good month, believe it or not. But it's life, so there will be some challenges. And one of those will be the fact that we have a solar eclipse on December 26th, which can cause some dramas with life-changing news and events. So you'll begin to feel these energies now, and some of you have already been feeling them, especially if you've been experiencing some major upheavals in your life over the last several weeks. Well, that's already the eclipse energies affecting you, along with everything else that's been happening. And this eclipse wraps up the storylines that began in 2018. So whatever you had going on during that year, the ending of that is with this eclipse. And even though the eclipse is on the 26th of December, it doesn't necessarily mean that your story fully gets resolved and wrapped up by the 26th. These energies can happen earlier and later. So it could drag on into the first part of the new year before everything kind of settles down for you and, everything gets resolved, or you've dealt with whatever emotional outfall has happened since 2018. And I, for one, I'm going to say, thank God. I'm done. 2019 has been a doozy for me. Tomorrow, we move into a new 28-day moon cycle, which runs from December 13th to January 9th. This is the rhythmic moon of equality, and the descriptive words are organize, balance, and equality. And I dropped the ball, and I was actually going to read you what it says in the galactic calendar about this moon of equality and what you can kind of expect. But guess what? I forgot to bring the calendar because I was too busy bringing my new handy dandy, beautiful flower plant from one of my clients that brought that to me today. So I will tell you all about the 28-day moon cycle on the next episode next week. All right, so let's get into what you can expect from tonight, December 12th through to December 19th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. Okay, this week, stress over finances and money could be high, especially for those of you who are barely making ends meet and you're attempting to get Christmas gifts for everyone. There could even be some envy and jealousy. There's just going to be flare-ups surrounding money and what others have. My advice is to talk it out. In my family, we decided several years ago that spending quality time together was more important than exchanging gifts. And obviously with children, that may be way more challenging, and you may just need to agree to only buy for the kids, right? So just figure out what works best for you and your family and your budget. And if you can only afford to buy for your immediate family, then you need to speak up. This is supposed to be a time of just being together, spending quality time. It's not about the gifts. It's not about the material items. Is that lovely and nice and wonderful? Yeah, but ultimately it's not about that, right? So you've just got to talk to your family, especially if it's stressing you out. And I know that it stresses lots and lots of people out, and it just gets bigger and bigger and harder every year to buy something, especially when you've been buying for the same person for like 30 something years, right? So figure out, you don't have to do traditional norms if it's going against the best interest of your family, your finances, and your situation. You should not be going into debt so that you can buy, all 100 people in your family a gift for Christmas. So really think about that and speak up. It doesn't have to be something ugly, but if it is a stress point for you in your life, talk to your family, figure out something that will work for everybody. And undoubtedly, you won't be the only one that feels that way. And just come up with cool ideas. Like Simon and I, we spend, instead of spending money on big expensive gifts that we could just buy ourselves, throughout the year whenever we want, or we basically just, instead of buying gifts, we use that money and put it in a vacation fund so that we can travel, because we like to do things on the weekends and during the summer. So we just save that money so we can do stuff throughout the entire year instead of saving up to blow it all at Christmas. Okay, anyway, let me move on. This week, you could also see some fear-based clinging happening in your life. You'll be looking at where you're holding on to things too tightly out of fear, and where in your life is someone holding on to you too tightly out of fear. And this could show up with fears surrounding money, people, situations, and, things, material items. And this week we'll call attention to your choices surrounding fear-based thinking and clinging. So if you're not paying attention to what you're thinking and feeling, then this could really kind of flare up and catch you off guard out of the blue. But if you're really aware of yourself, then you'll catch on like, oh, you know what? I'm freaking out about this. I've got some fear about it. So let me just hang on a minute, figure out what I need to let go of or what I need to move past. Some of you may feel a little depressed and hopeless for a time being this week due to how this energy is clearing out some of your deeper emotional junk. This could feel heavy and oppressive, and it'll just depend on each individual person. But the most important part about this energy is it's going to force you to make a drastic shift of perspective, or you'll need to kind of motivate yourself to take action to overcome this feeling, right? You have more power and control over how you feel than what you think. You can choose to focus on the negative and tell yourself a sad story and, feel like a victim, or you can choose to say, you know what, things happen. I'm going to feel what I need to feel, and then I'm going to pull myself up by the bootstraps, and I'm going to move on with my life, and I'm going to give back in whatever way that I can. So figure out what needs to happen there, especially if you start feeling a little down. Again, due to these activations and energies, this week you'll have another round of seeing the unseen, meaning there's much more to be understood in any current situation that you're facing that may not be revealing itself yet, or it is revealing itself, but you may be misunderstanding or misinterpreting what exactly is happening. Either way, eventually something about yourself and a situation will be revealed to you in time where you get a deeper understanding of yourself, the situation, and everything involved. With today's portal activation ushering in energies to close the door to the past behind you, you may also begin to experience moments of release, letting go, knowing what's done is done, it is what it is, and it's time to forgive, and it's time to move on. This is going to have everything to do with old patterns of behavior, and one of those could be your contribution to the dramas and the things that are happening around you. You are the common denominator. What pattern of behavior do you have that attracts drama into your life? Even something as simple as you saying, I don't like drama, attracts it into your life. The divine doesn't speak the language of what you don't want. It just feels what you're putting your energy into and gives you more of it. So think about where this applies to other areas of your life. What are you attracting to you that you don't like? And more than likely, you're going to realize that you're the one that is attracting it based on where you're putting your energy. And this is also a really great time to set intentions of what you want for 2020. Again, it's about kind of closing the door on the past, letting go of things. And when I say closing the door on the past, I don't mean like avoiding, denying, dealing with your junk. You've got to face it and you've got to find the solution, or you have to accept things and again, just be done with the energy there. So if you're still feeling emotional around some stuff, feel those emotions, don't avoid them, don't hide from them, don't distract yourself, allow yourself to feel, but then give yourself a deadline of, you know what, after this date, I'm going to leave all of that behind and I'm fully going to move forward. Okay, work. For those of you employed, you may be considering asking for more responsibilities or a promotion at work. Again, there's an energy of opportunities that could be coming up. So even if you don't ask, something might pop up where you're like, oh man, I really should apply for that. And, go for it. Some of you may be considering leaving your current situation. It's a really crazy energy. So lots of people it's a time of change and a time of transformation. So there's lots of new beginnings and lots of endings happening. And I'm getting that if you are considering leaving your current situation, I just keep hearing the words, it's likely to be really good for you. And just make smart moves, right? Don't just up and quit your job and not have any income to take care of yourself and your family. So be smart about these things. Okay, some of you may be worried about the safety and security of your job. Try to stay positive and look around to see what's out there for you just in case. Those of you that are unemployed and looking for a job, not too much happening here unless you've already had callbacks and interviews lined up. Love, for those of you in committed relationships and dating seriously, you could experience some greed and jealousy in your relationship. Issues around finances could come up. Some of you will be playing the blame game and comparing each other to each other. So again, there's like this projection of energies, but if you really pay attention, that person is just mirroring to you exactly what you feel and expressing it in a different way. Some of you may be dealing with fear in your relationship, whether it's, you know, fear of rejection, whatever insecurities and fears you have that's keeping you from opening your heart completely, that's a block. So you've got to work through that. And I do feel like for some of you, it's you, your partner, or both of you have a fear that's blocking you, again, from allowing yourself to be vulnerable to one another. And I do feel like you just may be releasing that this week, so you finally connect more on a deeper level. So it's something that could just go away this week. It might take a couple of days more or a couple of weeks more, but ultimately it's what you're working through right now. And those of you that are happy in your relationships, well, I feel like that will be the case this week as well. Those of you looking for love, some of you will be dealing with fear blocks here too. That's keeping you from either putting yourself out there or meeting someone of value. For some of you, it's a subconscious fear of rejection. Others, you'll need to dig deep. And the bottom line, I do feel like you have to be open to love by allowing yourself to be vulnerable. And some of you may meet someone through your work or theirs. Finances, comparing what others have could pop up. So again, it's kind of like, you know, comparing yourself to the Joneses. And some of you may get over your fear and worry of lack of money and realizing that it's not helping you, it's making the situation worse, because again, you're putting your energy into lack. So God only knows that's what you're putting your energy in, so you're going to get more of that. So focus on feeling abundant, see the blessings in your life. There's always something to be grateful for and to feel blessed about, no matter how dire your situation. Overall, it feels like a productive week financially when it comes to emotional blocks. Health, overall, it's a positive week physically for most. And with some of you already thinking about lifestyle changes for the new year, there could be some uncomfortable emotions coming up to be healed for a few of you. And you are releasing fear, and it carries a heavy emotional residue that needs to be felt and expressed in order to move forward. Lastly, spirituality. Everyone is about to take a big leap forward spiritually. Increase contact with like-minded individuals on a similar spiritual path as yourself will benefit you greatly. So connect with people. It's only going to help. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages. And tonight, my caller is Khadija in Adelaide, South Australia. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How can I help you this evening?
Well, I'm looking at the love department.
So,
hello?
You're looking, you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so you said you were looking for some information in the love department?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that I'm feeling with you, I'm having a difficult time telling if, I'm sorry, what?
Hello? Yeah,
hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay. So,
hello?
The love department. Hello? I can hear you.
Yes,
can
I'm
you
here.
Hear me?
No, I can hear you. Okay, good. We can hear each other. Yes.
Yes, we can hear each other. Okay. So, when it comes to love, I'm feeling with you a feeling of almost feeling like you're trapped. And it's either you're feeling trapped in singlehood or you're feeling a little trapped in a relationship. But it feels like it's a little bit of a self-imposed limitation, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so I really feel like if you just make a choice and then follow through with that, you're going to move forward. Well, let me ask you this. Are you feeling trapped in a relationship, or are you feeling trapped in singlehood?
Singlehood.
Okay. Let me see what I'm picking up here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like you're actually to the point where you're just almost feeling like you're going to end up alone forever.
Yes.
Yeah, well, my concern too is I feel like you have been going out, but I almost feel like the problem is you're kind of, like, I almost feel like you're settling for less all of a sudden. I think you're getting, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I feel like you're almost feeling a little desperate, and you're just kind of like, okay, I'm going to take whatever I can get.
Oh, yeah, it does feel that way.
Okay. Well, you do not have to settle for less, and you are not destined to be alone. I do feel that I feel like you will meet someone between April of 2020 and October of 2020. But here's the catch. You have to do a little bit of work on yourself. There's a part of you that is so worried about failure when it comes to another relationship that you're not fully allowing love in. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that is so perfect. Yes, failure.
Yes. Yeah. So if you can do a little bit of inner work and face that fear, and just know that you are not going to attract those. I feel like you've had a couple of relationships that were kind of ugly and not healthy at all.
Yes.
And I understand the trauma attached to that. I understand that trauma, being attached with that, and it makes it difficult to overcome opening up your heart. But I feel like that's exactly what you have to do, is open your heart and look at this dating experience as something that is fun, and that you're looking for a friend. I think you need to take the pressure off of yourself and just allow it to be a fun process. Because right now you're just like beating yourself up. You're in your head, and like I said, I feel like you've gone out on some dates. You have gone out on some dates, right? And and I just feel like you've been dealing with a couple of douchebags.
That's why they don't second date.
Yeah, I just feel like they have not, you know what though, let them be learning lessons of what you don't want.
Yes.
And I think you just need to, also I feel like you need to increase your social circle.
Okay,
so I feel like you could use a couple of new girlfriends that are also single and in the same situation as yourself. So consider maybe going out on some like meetups, or, I mean, you're in Australia. I'm sure they have meetup.com there too, right?
They actually do, yes. And you're right. I just spend a lot of time with my married friends, which is not really healthy too much. They only want to talk about their husband.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Well, I think, whatever your interests are, I'm sure there's something on Meetup where you could meet some like-minded people and some single girlfriend meetup groups or something. And I think that will really help you too, because you kind of need to get your mojo back. You need to feel sexy and good about yourself again. And right now you're just feeling blah.
Yes.
Go get your hair done, get your nails done, go out with some girlfriends and just have a good time. And when you're out with friends, don't close the circle. Be open, make eye contact, smile. If a guy wants to buy you a drink, no matter what he looks like, say yes, because that's going to open up the energy for you.
Okay, I will try that.
Okay. And yes. I just kind of feel like you need to also take it easy right now. I kind of feel like you're overdoing things. I don't know if you're working really hard or if I just feel like you're very busy.
Yes, I am. I'm a busy bee.
Yeah, and I just feel like you have some stress in your body. I'm not sure if you deal with any sort of chronic health issue or maybe back, neck, shoulder type things, but I feel like there's something that's... Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like you need to do a little bit of self-nurturing, a little bit of self-love so that you can... not feel so fatigued at times, because I think, there's moments where you're just go, 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 and then you crash really hard. And another thing kind of going along with this trapped feeling and this stuck feeling and like restricted in some way, I feel like maybe you're also feeling something similar in the work department and your finances.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I really, Khadijah, I kind of feel like you need this whole new, fresh energy to come in, and it may be worth it to consider looking around for a different job or finding something on the side that might fulfill you passionately in some way. I just feel like you need new energy to come in, and as well as doing that inner work, because some of the things that have you stuck is just the fear blocks that you have. There's a part of you that feels at times that you're not good enough, or what if you fail, or you don't want, you know what I mean? It's just like silly stuff that goes all the way back to your childhood of feeling like you constantly have to prove yourself.
Yes.
Well, I think that is about all that I'm feeling for you. Like I said, if you do some work and you put yourself out there between April 2020 and October 2020, I feel like you could really meet someone that is going to be a good match for you. So I am sending you so much love, and thank you so much for calling in. And if you meet this person, please let me know, because I love hearing success stories. Well, have a great night. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and I will see you next Thursday. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host tonight. Insights into Consciousness, my show every Thursday night at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time here in California. I'm in San Luis Obispo, and then we also have that at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. So everybody can listen all across the United States and the world, and I'm really, really excited to tell everybody tonight about Feng Shui. And I know that everybody now has basically heard about Feng Shui for the most part, but I really want to go into Feng Shui and how it's also an intuitive practice, and how us practitioners, I do Feng Shui, how we go about doing Feng Shui where it's uniquely catered to the person who needs it done or needs a little bit of help with it, because it is a practice that it actually originated in China. It's been around for over 6,000 years. Why would something be around for 6,000 years if it didn't work? Especially from China. Now we know a lot of Chinese healing. It works very well. It's kind of developed around those same concepts of qi and energy and how things work on an energetic level. And these are a lot of things that we know exist, but we can't really show it as well with pictures or with evidence. But if you think of it like radio frequencies, we know that we have cell phone and radio waves that go through the air. Just because we don't see them does not mean that they don't exist. So this energy that we work with, this qi energy, this qigong, or the qi that they traditionally call energy, spirit, intention, consciousness, there's so many different words and terms for this energy. And really in the English language, I'm at a loss a little bit here, because in our language, we don't have a specific word for what they call qi. So that makes it a little bit harder for me to translate exactly what it is. As an intuitive, usually we say this is what it feels like. So I can tell you what it feels like, but I don't know an exact word to label qi as for English. The best way I can describe it is that it is an active energy that we can feel, that we can put out, that originates a lot of the time in thought. It's a way we create with our thoughts and with our intention. And this is why I think so many American families, Australian families need to hear about this. Families in the UK, all over the world, anywhere that you are, not just limited to those countries, but just, this is an Asian practice that we can really benefit from. And what I love about communication in this day and age is that we can exchange so much information at such an accelerated speed. And it makes for a better world, because we're not just tied to our own beliefs and our own ways of growing up and doing things. It's extended to the way that the rest of the world does things, and that really gives us more things in our basket to work with, more tools in our basket to work with, more ways to accept the highest and greater good and universal consciousness. So Feng Shui is spelled FENGSHUI. It originates in China, again, over 6,000 years ago is when it started. It means wind and water. So the goal in Feng Shui is to bring about happiness, abundance, and harmony and peace into our lives. And it works. So I'll go into a whole lot of examples here and there as I go through the practice and the art of Feng Shui. And I'm also going to add that we don't have to follow it, because there's so many rules and regulations to Feng Shui. We don't have to follow it in a way that is just right with following this list of rules that we have to use. Now, we have to start with that, because that does have a lot of play in what we're doing here with Feng Shui, but it is also an intuitive practice. When we use our intuition to study and to incorporate the Feng Shui into our lives, we really are, I would say it's kind of a shortcut rather than kind of going into the study of Feng Shui in detail, because people can study Feng Shui for years and years and years. I have been studying Feng Shui and practicing Feng Shui for years and years and years, and there is always more to learn, and there's always more to find out and to incorporate into what we're doing. So wind and water. Feng Shui means wind and water. The reason why it has been given that name, there's a long list of reasons why it's been given that name, but basically, in summary, it works with energy. Energy acts as wind or water around us and in our space. We know if we have closed windows for months and somebody smokes in the house and there's a lot of, really stale air in a house, we can even have people come in and basically test the air and know that, wow, you're inhaling a lot of contaminants. It's very toxic. You need to open up some windows and air this out. It's the same concept, except with energy. We're cleaning out old stagnant energy. We're bringing in new positive energy that actually make changes not in the way we feel and our well-being, but it also makes changes in our lives to attain goals that we have. And we can put these different goals according to Feng Shui and how we practice this in our surroundings. So not only to remind us, but to also push the energy to that direction of our goals. So I wanted to give some basic rules on Feng Shui, just to kind of give everybody a little kickstart into starting and incorporating Feng Shui into their daily lives. It works every time. I guarantee it. And the more that you use it, the better you get at it, the better you get in that intuition. It's like exercising a muscle and making it stronger. I've seen it work over and over and over again. Some of the uses for Feng Shui that you wouldn't even think of would be that it creates peace among residents in your household, in your home. It focuses on aspects collectively of occupants' lives in the home, and it gives attention actively to those issues or goals. It works, and it works every time. So just as an example, when my kids were younger and we were living in a little cottage, it was probably like an 85-year-old cottage that I just absolutely loved and adored. And we had a game room that I left all of their toys in and stuff just to play with, even like video games and all that. It was the place where they would go as a reward, or just somewhere where that they could, kind of get messy and just be kids. So I decided that I was going to try out Feng Shui on this room. And that's the first time I really tried this out to see if it worked. And I moved everything around. I studied the guides. I used my intuition. I positioned the bed just right. I put the TV in the right place. And before, when I had this room for the kids to play in, they never went in there. They didn't want to go in there. Their friends didn't want to go in there. I never wanted to go in there. It wasn't particularly messy. It was a typical kids' room, but nobody went in there. When we Feng Shuied it, everybody wanted to be in this room. Everybody was attracted to this room. The kids played in the room more often. They were more peaceful. They got along better. And when I looked at the Bagua, I'll go over that in a minute, I noticed that it stimulated a part of my life in the financial realm, and my finances got better. So that's what Feng Shui does. That's the purpose behind it. And if you're like me, you may start to think, yeah, right, okay, so I put some furniture in the right place and suddenly my wealth increases. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. And people have been doing it because it works for over 6,000 years all over the world. And all of the wealthy people, and I know that, basically exist. They Feng Shui they have people come in and Feng Shui their buildings before they're built. They have people come in and Feng Shui it after they're built. People who have a sustainable wealth do incorporate Feng Shui because it works. It's a little known secret. They don't want to sound crazy, neither do I, but it works. So I always think this is science-based. For work, it can also help you reach your goals. You can start it in the garden and the yard, and then you can flow it into the home. And size, like let's say you have a tiny apartment in New York. If you're living, in a very small space, that's not the most important aspect of it. Since we're all starting somewhere, what matters is what is done with the space that you have now. So that's really important to remember, that you can't make any excuses and say, well, I only have a little tiny room that I'm living in right now. No, it'll still work for everyone every time in any space. So the first thing, though, is that you want to work with good intention and decluttering. So that's the first part. This is like the 101. This is Feng Shui 101 for the people who have never done this and they're just totally new to this. And I really hope that I can go over a few things for people who are basically doing Feng Shui 101, but they want to add some things. So first of all, you look around right now in your room or the yard or wherever it is that you are now. Look around where you are. I'm going to ask you, do you see a lot of clutter? Meaning, is there a corner or a piece of furniture with stuff just piled on it? Clothes, papers, newspapers, magazines, whatever it is. Is there anything, boxes stacked somewhere that you were meaning to go through, and you know that there's some things that you need to throw away in there? Anything like that? You want to sit and kind of think about that. Clutter is the first thing you want to get rid of in Feng Shui. Feng Shui is, the principle is that if air or water were coming in and flowing into your room, let's say your house, through the windows and the door, would it be able to flow around everything clearly and cleanly, or would it kind of like smack into it and it's just pretty much like the stagnant energy barrier? That's what we want to look at. We want to see how it flows around things. If water or air were to, like a big gust of wind, were to come into the house and or the business. This is for offices, businesses, retail spaces. This is for yards. This is for parks. Any space can benefit from Feng Shui. The next thing you want to ask is the room pleasing to the eye? Does it feel good to be in the room? When you walk in, does it feel clear and clean? Or is there some weird, like, oh, I can't open the door all the way and it's hitting something? We want to prevent anything from not being repaired. We want it to all be in good condition. We want, furniture and doors to be in good working condition. Anything that needs to be repaired should. And in addition, you want to ask yourself, is the room boring? Is it lacking in interest, or is it lacking in intention? Is it lacking in color? There has to be a lot of creativity and intention in a room, so you don't want it to be too boring either. And then we also you have to remember that we need to subconsciously memorize everything in a room. When we walk into a room and you look around, your subconscious mind is so intelligent and all-encompassing that it's memorizing every item, every single little thing in that room. That is exhausting if, let's say you have a ton of stuff stacked in the corner, like I said, and that is a big stagnant energy block for Feng Shui. You don't want any stuck energy in a corner or on any object, or even under the bed. Even under the bed, that's an issue. Even closets, you need things to be pretty clear and free-flowing. Don't let this overwhelm you, though, when you start out, because there's always the start small scale, and then you can work your way up. And that is what this is about. Our environment is a reflection of our mind. Our mind is also feeding off of what is around us in our environment. It is an exchange. If we start even small scale in our environment and then work our way up from there, there's always the baby steps, and nothing is too small to start with. You're still doing good work if you start out small. So I want to reiterate that again, that you can do it with a small space. You can do it at little baby steps. How do you eat an entire watermelon? One bite at a time. Okay. So we need to subconsciously memorize automatically every object in a room or space. Remember that. So remember that our thoughts and our minds are very powerful, and intention is key in our lives for goal setting, action, and results. So you look at the aspect of clutter. This is always the first step. Clutter is indicative of a stagnant energy around that subject topic in our lives for that area of the room. And this is where I go into the grid. We have a bagua and a grid that we would put over our house. So if you were to look like an aerial view over the building, the office space, the house, wherever you're feng shuiing, you're looking down on it from above, like let's say Google Earth, okay? You're looking down on it. You're going to first of all locate the front entrance. Now, sometimes that's the front door of the building, retail space or house or whatever, or even the front gate to a garden. We're looking at where the entrance is, where you enter the area most often. Some people park in their garage and they go in through their garage door. That will be your entry space to start your Feng Shui bagua. And that front door will go directly in the front of the bagua. And I have a grid here that I love because it has these really great little pictures, and they make it very, very simple. This is a great grid from a website that I was on. I just really like that they make it so simple, and I'll mention the name of it later, but this is our basic grid for Feng Shui. If you could close up on that, that'd be great. This is the basic grid for Feng Shui and how we incorporate the Feng Shui bagua and grid into a space. So this could be put over the blueprint of your house, aerial view style. And this here in the front would be the front door, the front entrance that would go here. And you want to make basically the entire thing a rectangle shape over the top of the room, the house, the garden, whatever it is. And for each box and subject here, that will be a part of the room or building or whatever, that's going to be that area. So like, let's say this is my kids' room, which is how it is in my house when I put this over the blueprint of our house. So this is wealth. This is the wealth area. It says the colors are blue, purple, and red, and that it's a wood element. So let me go into what that means. That means that since my kids' room is in the wealth area of our house on the grid, if you put this over aerial style of blueprint of our house, that we could incorporate to improve and increase wealth. We would put in blue, purple, and red and the wood element in that area of the room. We want to work on wealth first. You want to start getting that wealth going. You want to go in and declutter and plan out the Feng Shui in that room right away. That's where you want to tackle it first. The reason why I go into wealth first, this is Ken Lauer's grid, by the way, for the Feng Shui. KenLauer.com is a really great resource because they make it very simple for your basic 101 Feng Shui. So let's say that I go into our kids' room. The first thing that I want to do is reiterate that this is large scale for the house. You can also do this exact same grid on above a room, and you can even do it above scale aerial view for a desk, a tabletop. It can go from very large over the entire property for the grid, and you can keep going more and more detailed all the way into a shelf in your bathroom. Okay, this doesn't just stop at, the bedroom or the office. It's for every room, every space, every time. So what you do is you go in, you look at where the wealth area is of the house. You can even go into that room and then make sure you focus on the wealth area of the room. And that can really put some punch and some power into what you're doing and your intention setting in this area. I always go to, the wealth and the income first, because the wealth is, usually basically focusing on the wealth area of the house, like the room from the entrance, and like even a dresser or tabletop in the room to start. It's about starting with your highest priorities first. Usually wealth is the segue or the landing point before we're going to meet a lot of our other goals. So usually people need money to do just about anything, okay? That's the reality of it. So with wealth, the colors are, since the colors are blue, purple, and red, in our boys' bedroom, what I did is I incorporated those colors into the room. We're going to start just stimulating that chi to bring it in, to start stimulating that wealth. And then we put some red accents in there, and that'll help stimulate it even more. Red is a fire color. Now you have to remember all these colors have an element. Okay, red is a fire color, pretty obviously. Yellow, orange, those are all fire colors. That's what you put under something to like really set it on fire. That's what really makes it move. But the blue is also very important to put it into the same space. The aspect of the blue is more of like a water or a soothing element, which sort of counteracts the red so it's not overbearing. So first we put those colors in the room. You can paint the wall. You can put bedding in there that looks like that, pillows, anything you want to really bring those colors in. It should be done in a very calm, meaningful manner, using your intuition as well. And with our boys' bedroom, when I brought in the wood element, I brought in a bunk bed type set that we don't put any mattress under it because that's actually bad Feng Shui. There's just a mattress on top, but there's this big, massive wooden bunk bed that's kind of elevated, and it's, there's a lot of the wood element in there. There's the blue, there's the accents of red. Purple is another one of the colors, but that is just blue and red mixed. So, but purple is another option if you do, like I say, a girl's room. And, Pink is also a nice watered down version of red. So remember that you can play with colors. And then there was the other thing that we really like to do, like I really love to do it in Feng Shuiing, is that you can personalize it and add something to the room with the beneficial elements and colors to set more intention and goals, and to make it really start working to make it work fast. For instance, our son was given an elephant name card with it's a little name card in the NICU. When he was a baby in the NICU, they put his name and his weight and everything on it to like decorate his little NICU crib, which is really, really adorable. And then his grandmother also got him a little stuffed elephant, and there were just elephants popping up everywhere. And we just really felt like that symbolized our son. He was in the NICU, and he was, really having a hard time for a little bit there when he was first born. So, we kept seeing the elephant everywhere. And it was special to us because we really felt like elephants symbolized our son and his healing. So we can set, like, let's say an elephant figurine on a wall shelf and add 2 bigger elephants on either side of it to symbolize a strong support as parents for our child. And then we could add something such as a solid stone, strong and intact, to symbolize stability and a strong bond that can't be broken. So it would be representing strength in this case. So that's a way you can personalize the Feng Shui intuitively. That's just an example that I can use right off the top of my head to like give you an example of what you can do in any space to really start getting that qi flowing, and for the intention to be very clear as to what you want, so that even first it's attracting that qi, and in addition, every time you look at it, you're being reminded of what the goal is, and that's your subconscious. Remember, we memorize everything in a room with our subconscious mind. So that is a constant reminder, whether you're staring at it and thinking about it or not, whether you're fully aware of it consciously or not, it's working all the time, every day. These are things we can do to put in our environment. So with the money area, that's the money area 101. Basic Feng Shui. Also, you can start adding simple things such as a multifaceted round crystal to hang in the window in this area, which catches sunlight, or adding coins on red ribbons in the money area of the room. Now, this would strengthen the support you need for fortune, and those are just really little things you can do, like little things that pack a punch for your intention in the same area. So, and it continues to strengthen you in this area, and it attracts energies to manifest your wealth. So this Feng Shui practice is really to start pulling in those energies and really fully realizing your goals. It's also about setting clear intentions. Now, we know when somebody just sets a clear intention, at least they have an idea of what they want. It's much easier to get something when you know exactly what you want than just kind of floating around and going, oh, well, it looks like we don't have enough money for this, or, that's kind of a careless way, I feel, to be. And I think a lot of us are trained to be that way, and to plan less and to just sort of go with the flow more, which can be wonderful in a lot of ways, but this is more of an intentional practice. And I've seen it work when you really need to bring in the big guns, the big positive guns, it's like the good energy. So I've noticed that the closer I get to completing the Feng Shui work in my own home, and especially when it's completed, it brings our family closer to a place where we can make a decision to move to a better, bigger home, or we can make a move financially. It just usually, it just causes things to move and grow quickly. And by the time we're done Feng Shuiing the whole house, usually it's time to move to a bigger, better house, or we have more decisions to make. It really opens things up. So I have oftentimes wondered if it's the actual energy or the intention we set consciously, or both combined, that does the trick with Feng Shui. So I think it's both, but it works, and it works every time. I challenge you, not just challenge you, but I invite you to try this. Even a little remedy, you can look at things up online. You want to really make sure you have a nice reputable source for this. But Feng Shui is very detailed, and a lot of work can be done to feng shui a home or a building. So it's important to use a calm, quiet intention when using this practice, because a rushed, negative, stressed feng shui practice is a feng shui practice that's backfiring or that will take much longer to work. So the intention is really the most of this. A lot of light, plants, colors, intentional placing of objects, decluttering, really putting intention into what you're doing and why, researching it a little bit, just trying little things here and there. You'll start to realize that this works. Feng Shui works, and it works every time. Feng Shui is just a label that they use in China for this practice that has been used in all different countries all over the world for centuries. So I wanted to share this with you. If you want to do a Feng Shui consult with me, I do Feng Shui consults. If you want to leave it up to me, I can help you with it intuitively, and I can do that work, a lot of that work for you. When I've done these clearings and these intention settings in people's businesses and homes, it's cleared out bad energy and it's brought in a lot of good. And the only thing that we need to be careful of is bringing in too much business at once so that they're too crazy busy.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Amanda Hall Psychic here on A1R Psychic Radio, here on Moonstruck TV. It's a magical time of the year as we head towards Christmas, but let's sort of get a few other things out of the road before we really kick the show off. It's been a tragic week around the world, particularly with the earthquake and the loss of life we've had in New Zealand at Mountain White, I think it was, in the last couple of days. And look, our hearts go out to those families that have lost people and people that are still missing and uncertain of what the future brings with that. We really do sympathise and empathise with those families, and probably even more so as we head towards Christmas. Here in Australia, for those of you that have been following our news here, we're into I think it's probably our 6th or 7th week of massive bushfires around the country. It is getting quite critical here now. You know, there's so many fires around Australia burning in a massive amount, over 100 fires at the last count, and doesn't seem to be any end in sight. So please spare a thought for those that are battling the bushfires, for those people that have lost their homes. Luckily, so far, we've only had a couple of losses of life. You know, any loss of life is too many. But, you know, our hearts and our prayers do go out for them. And it's interesting because lots of people that I've been speaking to during the week say to me, oh, I'm praying for rain, I'm praying for rain. But one of my Indigenous friends said to me the other day, I wish everybody'd stop praying for rain. And I sort of was a bit taken back by that. And he said, you know what happened last time everybody prayed for rain? He said, we had that much that we had floods and people drowned and lost property in the floods. He said, let's just let nature take its course. It will rain. You know, we don't know when, but it will rain. And, you know, we just want it to be normal, natural sort of weather events, not, you know, let's stop sort of creating things that aren't mad, you know, that are man-made, and sort of praying for things that maybe is going to bring a little bit too much and a little bit too much in the excesses. So let's move the show along to Christmas now, because I think it's a very magical time of the year, and it's a time of the year where I think we should all really understand the essence of Christmas. It's not always about the gifts that you receive or the things under the Christmas tree. I think it's more about being kind to each other and enjoying the time with people that we mightn't have had a lot of time to catch up with during the year. It's a magical time of the year in that way, that I think it's a time to be sort of positive, to be thankful, to look forward to what we've got coming up in our lives, and to just be grateful, I think, that we're alive and breathing and that we're all still relatively healthy. You know, as we get older, we all have a few more aches and pains and creaks, and the body doesn't cooperate quite the way it did when you're in your early 20s. But that's okay. We're still here and we're still got something positive to contribute to this amazing planet of ours. So this week I want to feature the Secrets of Tarot card of the week, which is the Devil. Now, I know a lot of you are going to say, oh, Amanda, this is a really negative card to have coming out at this very positive, festive time of the year. It can be negative, but it can also be the opportunity to remove things from our lives that aren't so positive, like jealousy and trouble. Now, many of us have that throughout our lives, whether it's our professional lives, from our family and friends, or just people that we work with or are close to, quite often are jealous of our achievements. So this is the opportunity to remove that from our lives, jealousy or trouble, able to break the chains that have been holding you back or binding you. Now, this is a really important concept, because many of us put restrictions or limitations on ourselves and say, oh, I can't do this because of that, or this can't happen because of this. Instead of turning around and trying to find a positive way of saying, okay, I haven't got a solution at this moment, but I'm working on it. I'm not going to be chained to the situation. I'm not going to allow it to dominate me and control the direction of my life. I still have choices. I just haven't found the best solution yet. So I actually see this card as being very positive. And, you know, if you look very closely at the card, you'll see the chains are very loosely around their neck. They're not actually holding them. they could actually slip it off over their neck and be done with the chain. So that's why I look at it as, we are able to break the chains or remove the chains that are holding us back. So in lots of ways, the Devil card is a positive card to come out because it's telling us that we can remove anything negative that has been holding us back or any restrictions that are in our lives. So I'm going to say to you that's a very positive card. So the card that we're featuring is from the Secrets of Tarot set. This was the original Secrets of Tarot that came out a couple of years ago. This is our first one. We have 2 out in the marketplace. So if you need one, why don't you head to my website, www.amandahallpsychic.com.au, and you'll find them all there. So I want to now quickly go to our little trip around the universe. Now, before we get into too much, we need to talk about the full moon in Sagittarius. The full moon's not in Sagittarius. The sun's in Sagittarius. So that means the full moon is actually in Gemini. Now, it's going to be December 12th, no matter where you are in the world, is when the full moon is at its fullest. And it's going to go for 2 days. So you're going to need to be aware from any time now, and I think anything from now on in, be aware that your emotions might be all over the place. You might be a little bit emotional. You might be sort of a bit scattered in the things that you're thinking about. And it seems to be a time, if you understand the Gemini energy is the click of the fingers and changing our mind very quickly. It's asking us to be flexible. So when the full moon is in Gemini, it's asking us to be flexible with our emotions, with our thought patterns, and probably more importantly with the people around us as we head into this very busy time of the year. And a lot of you are attending parties and functions and shopping and out and about and running around like a lunatic. And it's sort of time to sort of just stop, breathe, consider the people around you, and don't be in a bad temper if something doesn't quite go your way when you first wanted to. For many of us, it's a time when we peel off lots of emotions. We go through and say, flick, 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 flick. We don't need that anymore. And it's a time we have an emotional clear out. So I actually think it's a very positive time to have a full moon in Gemini. Now, the other planetary configurations that are really influencing each and every one of us at the moment is we have a plethora of planets sitting in Capricorn. But the 3 that I really want to focus on besides Jupiter is the fact that we have Venus, Saturn and Pluto all holding hands or conjunct together in Capricorn. So what this is asking us to do is to make sure the things that we are passionate about, the things that we love, the things that put a smile on our face are really what we want them to be. Let's be very careful that when we start to talk about things, whether it's climate change or whether it's that new outfit or that new present we want for Christmas, that we really have thought this through, that this is something that we really are passionate about, something that's going to enhance our lives or make us feel better. Because at the moment there seems to be a lot of controversy out there, particularly when we look at world events of all the catastrophic things that are happening, weather events around the world. Some people are blaming it on climate change. Other people are saying, don't be so silly. And everybody seems to be pointing the finger at everybody else. But nobody's really trying to find solutions. Now, I think that's the important thing here. Yes, it's great to be passionate about things and to have a very strong or firm stand on something, but we need to also get up off the couch and do something about it and make our voices heard. And, if you're really passionate about that, you believe that climate change is causing all these weather events, then write to your local politician and say, hey, listen to me. This is what I think. What are you going to do about it? We all need to collectively, as a group of people, start to get together, get some class actions together. One little voice holding hands with another little voice and another little voice and another little voice is what makes changes in the world. So, I'm a firm believer in climate change, and I truly do believe that a lot of the tragic weather events that are happening around the world are a direct link to that. And not just because I believe in that, but I also believe in it from an astrological point of view, because I also am aware of where the planets are. And I know we have the planet Uranus sitting in Taurus at the moment, going retrograde or backwards. Now, Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, sitting in an earth sign. So it's saying I'm creating havoc with the earth. And with that making aspects back to the stuff in Capricorn, it's saying it's time now that we all have to work together to find solutions. And we have to find solutions on a global level. We have to transform. We have to look at the old ways of doing things are not working anymore, and we have to find new solutions moving forward. So on a very logical, practical, astrological level, I can see why the globe is in such a state. And this comes right across the board to all the political arenas and, politicians ignoring things and sort of going about things in their own way as if they haven't got, they're not switching on and listening to what the public's saying because they're so far removed from real reality. So these sort of things are going to come back to bite them. So it doesn't matter where you live in the world, who you vote for. I think everybody has an important opinion on this at the moment, and we need to be able to put our message across and stand up and be counted on these things. So we're going to quickly sort of talk about candles of the week. So I've pulled out the Sagittarian candle because it is the Sagittarian or the Christmas time of the year. And I think it's a very important time of the year that we need to sort of acknowledge that and bring in some positivity. For those of you that work with the full moon candle, yes, we would have been burning our full moon candle now for a couple of days. I always like to work with 3 days on the approach before the full moon. So we're already 1 day into that. We're into the second day of the 3-day approach of the full moon. Then I burn it for 2 days for the full moon and then 3 days on the departure. So I'm going to say to you, we've still got another 5 or 6 days. There's a burning the full moon candle of releasing anything that we no longer want in our lives. So maybe we might release a few politicians while we're having our little full moon ceremony this year. That might be a great idea, mightn't it? Okay, so for those of you that might want a gift box that you see here, I've made it up with a full moon candle. I've made it up with a fire sign candle and a passion candle, just to show you that you can choose any candles from our 28 now range and to be able to make up a box that uniquely suits you. They're wonderful little candles. They burn for about 15 hours. I quite often work with these, in my limited space that I have, even though I have candles everywhere. But I like to sort of burn, a full moon candle and the energy of the full moon or the new moon at the same time. And quite often these are the ones that I burn. Because they are so small, I can make it that I use just one of these little mini candles for the duration of the 7 days of the full moon. And then I'm able to sort of, say, well, that candle's finished and I've just absorbed that energy for that month. So anyway, we're going to sort of head now and take our first caller. And it's Kiana in Campsie in Quaker City in Ohio. Are you there, Kiana?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a question for me, sweetheart?
I would just like to know, what my situation with my baby's father, how that's going to turn out.
Okay, so you want to know about your baby's father, whether there's going to be any sort of change in the connection there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you share with me your first name, sweetie? Is it Campsie, is it?
Campsie.
Okay, sweetheart. All right, just so that I'm tuning into the right person. It's really interesting, the energy that they're sharing with me about your baby's father is because I don't know that he's emotionally ready to step up to the plate yet. Is that what you've been finding, that sort of, 1 minute he's there and then the next minute he's sort of disappeared again? He's sort of not living up to what he told you yesterday, and sort of, this leaves you very confused at what role he's going to play, or is he going to be a part of your life? Is that how you're finding him, sweetie?
Yeah.
Darling, look, I want to sort of say to you, cut him a bit of slack, but at the same time I want to get him and give him a good shake, because you can't be expected to do all this by yourself. I mean, he's either got to turn around and make up his mind and say, okay, look, I'm fully committed. I'll do the very best that I can. We'll work together on this, or sort of say, look, I'm sorry, I can't do this, and get right out of the road. He can't have a foot in each camp, because that's not helping you be strong. Would it be fair to say that he could be frightened about all this, sort of overwhelmed with the responsibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so were you to a certain point, but you can't just sort of hand the baby over to someone else and say, oh, well, I can't do this, it's all too hard.
Yeah.
I know you might, we all think that at some stage or another. I mean, being a new mum is a very overwhelming experience, even if you have all the support under the sun. But, the fact that you've got a baby daddy here that sort of 1 minute he's there and he's fully supportive and the next minute he's sort of like he's disappeared again is not helping the situation. Darling, can I suggest to you that maybe you sort of focus on yourself and the baby, and that way then he mightn't feel as if he's being so pressurized to step up to the plate, but then he might then start to sort of gradually come back in a stronger way and a more deliberate way because he feels the pressure's off. I know it's going to be hard, and I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I know you're strong enough to do it, sweetheart. And I feel by doing this, I think we can turn this situation around. As hard as it is, and as much as you sort of want to yell and scream at him and say, why aren't you here to help me? I think if you can sort of turn around and sort of be a little bit aloof and sort of almost in a sense push him away, you know, like you're not sharing anything with him unless he asks, that might then be the one thing that's going, oh, I don't want that. I want my baby. You know, why is she pushing me away? You know, sort of like he'll start to sort of realise that, hang on a minute, I do have some ownership of this baby and I really want to be a part of the baby's life. Look, I do feel longer term wise, I do think the two of you will find a way forward with this. I'm just not sure that it's going to be a family unit, though. I'm not sure that you and him are going to find the love that you were hoping for. So would that be a fair comment that, you know, this hasn't been the greatest romance on the planet?
Yeah.
Yeah. But, darling, I think you've got to accept that now. Sometimes we're put together for whatever reason to make a most beautiful little soul and bring them into the world, and that's sort of all the relationship's meant to be. And I think if you can look at it on that level, you will then find more peace in your heart, and you'll find then you'll be able to overcome and overlook the baby daddy's shortcomings a bit more, because you're not expecting him to all of a sudden miraculously be the person that he should be. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'll be able to put it into context. And I feel in time, open yourself up to sort of finding somebody who truly is your rightful match. I don't think it's the baby daddy. Anyway, sweetie, I hope that's helped you, Campsie, and I wish you a very, very Merry Christmas, sweetheart. Now, we're going to go to Lonnie in Thief River Falls in Minnesota. Are you there, Lonnie?
Hi.
Hi, sweetheart. Do you have a question for me?
I don't know what kind of questions I guess I'm allowed to ask.
Well, there must be something that's going on in your life that you'd like some guidance on, sweetheart.
Yeah. Basically, I just kind of wondering if my spirit guides try to contact me, like how do I know?
Okay, if your spirit guides are trying to contact you. That's a really, really good question, Lonnie, because most of us sort of tend to sort of think of spirit guides as, you know, lots of people have lots of different ideas, and this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying mine's right and everybody else is wrong. My personal opinion is that our spirit guides are usually passed over relatives. And the reasons why I feel that is because they have an emotional connection to us, that they sort of have a vested interest in us. You know, if it's your grandmother that's been gone for 20 years, well, of course she's going to have more of an emotional connection to you than she is to a total stranger. So this is why I believe that our spirit guides are relatives. And a lot of people say, oh, no, I've got a Native American Indian, or I've got this, or I've got that. Look, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying in my experience, that's what I believe. And having worked with spirit for many, many years, they're the ones that come through to me at different times with messages for their loved ones. So, you know, when they tell me that they're taking care of them or they're guiding them, or, you know, I feel very connected to my great-great-granddaughter because she reminds me of me. And, you know, you sort of think, wow, you know, you didn't even meet her physically, personally, but you feel a connection. Isn't that marvellous? So for you, sweetheart, I'm sure there's a number of spirit guides around you. Now, how do you know when they're making connection with you? Look, there's many different ways. Look, lots of people say, oh, people, you know, I've seen a feather and that reminds me of so-and-so, or it means such and such. If that's what works for you, that's fine. I don't think there's any hard and fast rules to say what works for me is necessarily going to work for you. What I can share with you is the things that I've noticed over my 40-odd years in this sort of work, and there's many different signs. Sometimes it can be as simple as a song coming on the radio and all of a sudden you'll get goosebumps and you'll think, wow, that really is the answer to a question that I had. Fancy that being in the words to that song that I'm singing along to. That's a connection from spirit. It can sometimes be the same sort of thing. You know, some lines jump out at a television show that you're watching and you sort of think, wow, there's the answer to, you know, what I was worrying about. Or the lights will flicker. Or you just get a feeling, or you can smell something. You smell perfume and then you go, sniff, 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 and there's nothing there. And you think, well, did I imagine that? No, you didn't. Sometimes we see things out of the corner of our eye and we have a look for a second or a third time, nothing there. But again, these are all spirit connections. So spirit sort of tries to get our attention in many different ways. And it's not always something that we can turn around and say, oh, gee, you're not going to miss that. And I think as humans, we're all looking for it in that way, that it's like it's going to be a banner in the sky that I can't miss. Quite often it's very subtle. Yeah. It's something that we have to sort of say, whoa, hang on a minute, that caught my attention. I wonder if that was a message or a sign. And once you start to be aware of that, you'll notice it happening more and more. For me, quite often, it's a lot of times, you know, I could be out driving in the car and I know the street sign says Smith Street, but it might say beach on there, and I look again, it still says Smith Street, but yet in my mind's eye, it said beach. So if that was to happen, I would then take notice of, why did I see the word beach? What is the meaning behind that? What does that mean to me personally? And that's how I tend to look at things from spirit. I mean, there's lots of different things that I can say to you. Again, for me personally, I usually find when I blow, you know, half a dozen light bulbs in the house in a matter of a couple of days, I know that spirit's sort of quite active, and what sort of message are they trying to share with me, good, bad or indifferent. You know, yes, you can turn around and say that's coincidence, or your light bulbs blew at the same time because you replaced them all at the same time. But that's a little bit too coincidental to me. It's sort of like, you know, we might have one or two, but if you have six, that's, you know, who's trying to get a message to you. And, you know, people used to say to me, you know, I'd get up in the morning and all my photographs on the sideboard would be moved. And, you know, they might be people that are quite anal about them all being in a certain position. Again, that spirit, just sort of showing you that they're there. It's interesting, though, because we as humans tend to think spirit's going to come down and give us this earth-shattering message that we can't live without. 9 times out of 10, all as they're trying to do is get you to acknowledge that they're there, to say, hi, I'm here, hello. And we tend to think that they've got to come through this message all the time that we're going to need, you know, our life won't be the same if we don't understand it. So if you're not necessarily looking for that earth-shattering message, if you're just looking for that knowing and understanding that they're there with you, then that's the best thing. And that's the best way they can make connection with you, because then they sort of feel that they are, that you know that they're there, that they're seeing everything that goes on in your day-to-day life, as mundane and as boring as it might be, but that's important to them because that's you. Sometimes if it's really important, they'll wake you at 2 o'clock in the morning, and, you know, you'll wake up from a deep sleep and you'll remember the dream that you were having, or you'll have a feeling. If that happens, can I suggest get out of bed and write it down, because that is something that they're really trying to get your attention for. But 9 times out of 10, it's just to say hello. I know you've got quite a bit of spirit activity around you. And I think the most important thing for you, Lonnie, is if you have something that you really, really, really need an answer to, say you want to know, should I change my job? Then I would suggest before you go to sleep of a night, ask the question out loud and ask them to put the answer into your mind first thing in the morning upon waking. You know, give them definite guidelines. Should I change my job? Yes or no? Give them something, you know, as simple as a yes or no answer. So then first thing in the morning when you wake up, the first thing that comes into your mind will be the answer to that question. That's how we train them or organise them to work with us. And that's, you know, something that we can all do, because they like to know when that they can be of service or when they can be of help. So at times like that, if we've got issues, if we do it that way, that helps them know that, okay, I don't have to wake her up at 2 o'clock in the morning. She's going to ask me a question before she goes to sleep, or she's going to have a conversation with me before she goes to sleep. And I suggest always out aloud, because they're not allowed to read our minds, so that they definitely know then what you need help with. And then they're able to give you sort of answers. But once you start to establish that connection with them, Lonnie, like that by, simple things, sort of like, should I go grocery shopping tomorrow? Yes or no? You can give them lots of different questions. Then they start to be able to it builds up their strength or their energy on the other side so that then they can come through in other ways. Then they can start with the smells or the moving of the pictures or, giving you an answer in a song or whatever the case may be. So I hope that's helped you and answered that question for you, Lonnie.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. Have a very Merry Christmas, sweetheart. We've come to the end of the show again. So again, I want to reiterate with you that this is a very, very magical, special time of the year. Please remember those that are lost. Have your family traditions. Set some new traditions. I spoke about last week on the show that I always have a spare spot at my Christmas table for those that have departed, and that's been something I've been doing for a very, very long time. I'm sure the chair's getting a little bit crowded now. Over the years, I've lost quite a few family members, but it's just my way of acknowledging the fact that they are still here, they're still with us, they're still important, they're still special, and we have a family tradition of talking about something funny or something that we remember from our dearly departed over Christmas lunch as a way of making them feel included and special and still part of the family. So why don't you share with us here at A1R Psychic Radio some of your family traditions over Christmas? We'd love to hear from you. So until next week, be kind to each other, enjoy this magical time of the year, and don't forget it's a magical full moon in Gemini this year, so make sure that you do a lot of releasing and letting go of things. But until next time, I hope you're kind to each other, and let's keep Wellington, New Zealand and Australia in our prayers, and every other place around the world that's going through some sort of trauma or weather event at the moment. Until next week, Merry Christmas.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How are you, everyone? I have been on a little bit of a hiatus for the last 6 weeks, trying to recover from a pretty nasty illness and juggling some family turmoil and issues on top of that. So it's been a really interesting few weeks, but I am back and I am ready to talk with you and hear what you all have to say. So we just came off of Thanksgiving week here in the U.S. And, Thanksgiving, all about being thankful, being with friends and family, and all the great things that go along with that. And, that brought me to kind of not only what I've been dealing with in my personal life, but then Thanksgiving on top of that made just this great topic to talk about tonight. So as we go through life, we're going to hit bumps and hiccups along the way. Some of them are going to be a little more extreme than others. And some of them we're tearing our hair out. Some of them we slide right through, no big deal. But it's those times when things pile up. It's like, it seems to be like one thing after another, after another, after another. And pretty soon you feel like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders and you don't know how to crawl out from all of this, what seems to be bad luck and negativity. And I personally pride myself on being a very positive person in life. And it takes a lot to get me down. And so when I get to that point, it makes me stop and think about how I need to find more things to be grateful in life. Now that, when you're that kind of far down, is so much easier said than done. I will be the first one to tell you, so much easier said than done. So what do you do when you find yourself in that spot? Because sometime during that peak of your life, you're going to find that. There's just going to be things that go on. How do you cope with that? How do you find the gratitude? How do you come back to that space? And I have to tell you, I had to dig really, really, really deep. Probably deeper than I have ever had to dig in my life. And so it really made me aware of some of the things that helped me get through that. Now, what are some of those things, you ask? So, I did a lot of meditation when I could. Now, granted, I was sick a good portion of that time. So trying to meditate was not my thing. But once I kind of got out of that and I was feeling a little bit better, meditation really helped, really helped me get to a different level. Leaning on my friends and family and those trusted ones around us. We all have those people. We all have those trusted people that we would just hold so close and know that they are with us through thick and thin. So lean on those people. And, maybe you don't need anybody to give you any answers. You're just looking for someone to hear you out, just to let it all out. So that it's not in you anymore. It's not in your body. You're releasing it and letting that go. And so I relied a lot on my friends, my very close friends, to help me get through that. And I also tried to do what I call, and I've talked a little bit about this on some past shows, ramblings of gratitude. And what is that? So ramblings of gratitude are picking either one thing or a multitude of things that you're thankful and grateful for. They could be as simple as the shoes on your feet. So it can be super simple. You could go into something and you just have to carry the thought for 17 seconds. And if you carry that thought for 17 seconds, you kind of feel a little bit of a lift. If you can carry that thought, or even if you can carry that through your voice and continue to talk about it for a minute, you raise even higher in your vibration. If you can talk about it or think about it and visualize it for 3 minutes, that's when all the manifestation, all the good things that come to you, that's where all that yummy juiciness comes from. So what does this look like? So I'm going to take the example of my car. And you just start by saying, I love my car. I am so happy and grateful for my car. I know when I get in my car, it's going to take me from point A to point B because it's so reliable. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. I get in it and it's nice and toasty warm after it's been running. And I know that I'm safe and I'm warm and I'm going to get from point A to point B. And I'm so happy and grateful and thankful for my car. I love my car. I love the way the seats feel when you get inside of it and you sit down and you start going down the road. It's so comfortable. It's so plush. I absolutely love my car. I love how I can go put gas in it and it runs just perfectly. I am so grateful and so thankful for my car. I'm so grateful for what it can do. In the summer, when it's hot, I can stay cool. In the winter, when it's warm or cold, I can stay warm. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. So that's just an example. You always want to start off with, I am so thankful for. You always want to end with, I am so thankful for. Now, some of you are really great visualizers. So you can visualize things in your head. You can see yourself sitting in the car. You can see how it feels. You can see it going down the road. You can see it driving from your house to your office. And that works great. For those of you who don't have that great of, the imagination, that's a hard one for you. You can talk it out just like I did. You can talk it out silently or you can talk it out aloud. Now, voice projection is going to be way more powerful in the universe than just saying it inside and keeping it inside. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't work the same way. You could even write it out. You could write it out on a piece of paper why you're so grateful and thankful for something. Now, again, I just focused on my car. You don't have to do that. You can be thankful for the shoes on your feet. You can be thankful for your car. You can be thankful for your job. And you can just keep going and going and going. Whatever makes the most sense for you, whatever it takes to raise your vibration and get you out of that space that is not good for you and no fun, because you don't want to stay there for very long. You want to bounce right back out of that. So try that, the ramblings of gratitude. See how long you can keep it going, because as you work with it and as you practice it, 3 minutes, believe me, 3 minutes will go just like that, and you'll see how easy it really is. So if you have any questions about the ramblings of gratitude, how to do it, what it looks like, feel free to reach out to me on Facebook at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or you can catch me over on, my other Facebook page is Your Time to Shine, or my website is www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. and I'd be happy to help you get through that process. So now we are going to head to the phone lines. We have Kura in New Wales, Australia. Oh, Lynn, pardon me, I read that wrong. Lynn, good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening.
How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. So what can we do for you this evening?
I would just like to know what's ahead in the next 6 months, please.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part again?
I would just like to know what's ahead for me in the next 6 months, please.
Okay. Perfect. So let me just tune into your guides and see what they have for you. There's going to be a little bit of silence while I tune in here, but be assured that I haven't gone anywhere and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Thank you.
Wow. So immediately my guides are showing me that you are going through a huge transition. It's a very big transition. Hang on, let me see if they can show me exactly what that transition is. They're showing me a crossroad. Do you feel like a split in the road? Are you feeling like you've come to this crossroad and you don't know where you're headed?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So what they're telling me is that either direction you take at this crossroad is going to be okay. They said what you need to decide is you really need to drop down into your heart and think about what it is that's really going to fulfill you in that journey. Because they're showing me that no matter which way you go, it will be okay. One is probably going to be a little bit more fulfilling for you than going the other direction. So okay. I'm getting the feeling that it might be a job-related transition.
Oh, okay.
That there is, have you been thinking about changing jobs, or has that been kind of swirling around, or has something been catching your attention and making you stop and think, and you think, I wonder?
Not with work, no.
Okay. Well, they're showing me that there is some kind of a transition coming up. Whether that is a transition within the same company, within the same, like maybe they're showing me it's like what you're doing right now, there's like another direction or another offshoot that you can take. And it's very possible that it's still within the company you're with. It's just a little bit different direction than what you're going right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that they want to show me here. So one moment. They're showing me that you have a healing side to you. Do you practice like Reiki or some type of healing modality right now? Or have you been thinking about that?
Yes, I do Reiki.
You do Reiki. Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me that you need to do a lot more with your Reiki business. Are you doing it as a business, or are you just kind of just playing around with it? You know,
No, I'm just doing family and friends now.
Okay, because so they're kind of showing me. So, do you have another job besides Reiki as well?
I'm not working at the moment, but I usually do pet work, taking the pets to the hospital.
Okay. Because what they're showing me is that you can take your Reiki to there's like a whole nother level that it's almost like you're holding back a little bit on your Reiki. And they're saying that you need to get out there. People need you. People are waiting for you to come. But you need to be able to get out there and put yourself out there. They're showing me that you've been a little bit hesitant to put yourself out there and be that vulnerable person with your business and with Reiki.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
they said that.
Right.
Okay. They're just showing me that you can be so much more with that than what you're allowing yourself to be.
Yes, I work with animals.
Okay. They're showing me like you and connecting to different people around your community. They're showing me that it's almost like you need to get like a networking group, or you need to find common people who can work with you and kind of pass your name out there. I'm also being shown that your guides are saying, ask for help. Don't do this on your own. Ask for help. Write down what it is that you want your business to look like. And then give it to your guides. Give it to your guides and say, here's my outline for my business. Show me and help me get through this. Because they say you're trying to take this on your own, and they could help you with this.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
They're showing me you have a very, very bright future. I mean, like when I first connected with your guides, it was like this huge explosion. And it wasn't an explosion that's like a devastating explosion. It was like an explosion of bursting out, of, connecting and getting out there. 2020 is going to be a really powerful year. And so I'm seeing that, I'm kind of seeing that with you and what's transpiring. And it's like right now, this month, and probably into January, they're showing me is when you need to start looking at your business, start creating what that looks like. Write down how many people am I going to see during the week, and actually start putting them down like on a calendar, like you have those people there signed up, and you say on Saturday from 12 to 1, I'm going to be seeing a customer. I'm going to be seeing a client. And from 3 to 4, I'm going to see another client. So get like a calendar and a schedule, and just have fun with it, play with it. Say, this is where I want my people to come. This is where I want my customers.
Yes, okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, it's very high, powerful, exciting energy around you and around the Reiki. And I can see how the animals really, really they just take to you. I mean, it's like they're butter in your hands. I mean, they just melt. So it's a fantastic, beautiful, beautiful thing. So work with that. Really outline what it is you want to see this become. And then call in your guides and your angels and say, here it is on paper. Help me with this. Show me.
Yeah, a little bit like manifesting.
Exactly like manifesting. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Could I ask which guide you spoke with, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Could I ask which guide you spoke with, please?
Ask which
guide you spoke with or connected to.
Oh, which side?
Which guide?
Oh, which guide?
Yes.
You have many of them. Archangel Michael comes really heavily into the forefront.
Yes.
He is really out in the forefront for you. I see other angels around you as well. And I see Archangel Azrael around you as well. So, you can call on them, or if there's somebody else, if there's another guide, if there's a loved one that you know of, feel free to call on them. It doesn't have to be Archangel Michael or, anyone like that. But I can feel their presence around you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Is there anything else that I can help you with tonight?
Oh, yes, there is actually. I was applying for a housing allocation. Just wondering how will that go?
So for a new place to live, okay.
For a public cottage.
So is this a place that you've been looking at for quite some time, or that you've been going back and forth with it for a while?
I've been going back and forth with the application. They just keep sending more and more details that they need.
Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me you haven't found it yet. There's one coming up.
Coming up, though, is there a length of time, or long or short, or?
So they're showing me that it's coming up soon.
Okay.
Yeah, they're showing me that it's going to be sooner rather than later. The one little caveat that we'll put on that is that their time frame and our human time frame don't always coincide. But I'm feeling like that it's probably within the next 6 months that something is going to come up. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you are very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
No, I think that was all I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm really being shown that a lot is going to be happening in the next 6 months for you. So it feels very, very exciting. So do a lot of manifesting, a lot of reflection, a lot of writing, and of course, ask your guides for help.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Lynn. Have a wonderful evening.
Yes, you too. Thank you again. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that almost wraps it up here for us tonight. Again, if you want to get a hold of me, you can reach me over at my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I can also be reached on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine. And I have been very lackadaisical about posting any new and exciting things coming up, but I will have some new upcoming classes coming up in the first of the year. And so be on the lookout for that. I'm going to be changing things up a little bit for all of you who have been following me so diligently. And I want to just put a shout out there to those who have reached out to me during these last 6 weeks with encouragement and prayers and all the wonderful, wonderful things that you have all done to support me during this time. And remember, ramblings of gratitude, huge, huge. And don't be afraid to sit down and work with it. And sit down with a friend or a partner and do it, because it's very, very powerful when you do it with somebody else, when you sit down and you have to look them in the eye and talk about these ramblings of gratitude. It can be very, very powerful. So don't be afraid to get out there, raise your vibration, explore all the great things that you are so grateful and thankful for. And as we're going into the holiday season, things are going to get crazy and people could be cranky. But just remember, we're all made of the same fabric. We're all going through something. Be patient with each other, love each other through it, and remember your gratitude, and remember your I can't even say it, ramblings of gratitude. So that is all for me this evening, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you again next Thursday night.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fia Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona's joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
We're so excited to have you. So
awesome.
Tell me, Fiona, when did you realize you had this gift?
I was at the age of 7. It was a hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we had fun. We played. And 3 hours later, when they want to go home, I said, please don't, because I see visions, I see colors, and I see that you guys definitely going to have a car crash. Well, of course, at that time, nobody listened to me because they didn't know exactly what I have. But 3 hours later, our phone rang and they had a car crash. And from that moment, it took 4 years for me to realize why I see things before they happened, why I feel things before people talk about to me, and then why did people communicating through me when they want justice or something about their life.
So Fiona, tell me, how did you get involved with law enforcement?
I was at the age of 17. It was back in Europe. So basically, they engaged me in a couple cold cases, and I could help them to find murder or murder cases, and also I helped them to achieve and put all the puzzles together through the colors, visions, names, and of course, spirit talking to me by themselves. Like example, 2 years ago, Coast Guard communicated and said, we have a missing pilot. And I said, I know exactly where they are, but they said, we are in Catalina coast and we are looking after, well, we are not, finding them. I said, well, we are guys in the wrong place. The moment that they said they are missing, I said, they both dead. He immediately connected and says, how did you know it was two? Because it was one student pilot and the other one the instructor. And then he said the student pilot mentioned exactly where he is, and that's why they are dead, because I am just communicating with dead people when it comes to my mediumship. So 40 minutes later, they sent me a helicopter, and then right after, we found the stress signals that belong to that helicopter or that plane.
That's incredible. Fiona, can you walk me through the process when you're presented with a case at first?
When I actually starting to look into the cold cases and murder cases, again, it was the spirit that directly communicated through me. So, and when I started, I was 17. Law enforcement communicated to me and said, like, are you ready to get engaged with that case? And when I felt I'm ready, I said, yes, I am. And all of a sudden, all the names, images, visions, and things come through. Incredible. And then through that, that, I understood that when I'm asking, or there's someone asking about some name, and I don't even know about, I should not know anything about their name, I should not know anything about their genders. All I know is the communication that I have together with that law enforcement or, police or officers. Just tell me, we have a missing persons. We have some baby boy was like 4 years old that been missing for kind of 5 hours. I'm directly connected to the energies, and I pick up the energies through that officers that communicating through phone. So I shouldn't be in a place or be around that families or touching that families or communicating with that families.
Fiona, let's talk about a specific case about R&B singer Jamal Truelove, who spent more than 6 years in prison for a 2007 murder. He was eventually acquitted in 2015 when a jury found that the two officers had fabricated evidence. Tell us about your involvement in that case.
Well, the way that I involved in this case, it was that we got through a couple actually friends, and when they reached out to me, I said, I reacted immediately that this guy is innocent and he shouldn't really be in jail. And they said at that time that they can't do anything about it because, already all the evidence is against. And I said, well, he will come out, but not now. There is a timing that I can see and I'm predicting, and this time is all about like in between 5 to 7 years. And they couldn't really believe at that moment because they felt, oh my God, it's kind of very, saddest because we should really get him out. And if you said that it's going to be 5 to 7 years, that actually really make us to feel very uncomfortable and disappointed. And I said, it's the time. And through that time, I communicated with Jamal in jail and trying to let him to understand about his own value and he's not innocent, which he knew already. And I said, manifest, and try to manifestation, get yourself out from the jail and make impossible be impossible and show it to everybody. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely fascinating. Fiona Johansson, psychic investigator. Fiona, thanks so much for being on the show.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fiona Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage, Ms. Fiona Johansson.
Well, hello everyone. I love this spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Fiona Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, what's wrong with me? Nothing, you're good. Should I take you to the doctor? No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma, example. Something is going to happen to my uncle, and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that we should not be even near them. Which says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely, and they would definitely give me anything and everything what I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma, I have to just like be depressed, now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life? And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there is possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I will do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English. Nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody, I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, tried to talk or communicate with some officers and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically I found some hotel and stay there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover, to come out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees. And I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what? Fia, you do have a power. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just like say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie. And I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, that maybe she's going to get scared a little bit. But I was like, don't worry about it. Just go and get it done. So I did that. And she hugged me so hard. Was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand. Barely nothing. Swedish language? Come on, guys. You guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, let's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about like, where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family, who they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking, because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after, I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go. That's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I left with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I feel like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about like $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff. I did this because I felt that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of will. So my will power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I felt, okay, you left your country, the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 employees worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible.
Welcome back. Our next guest is
is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, when did you realize that you had this ability?
I was 7.
7?
It was a very hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we played, we had fun. 3 hours later, they wanted to go home. I said, don't go. They said, why? I said, because I see that your guy is going to have a car crash.
Ooh.
Of course, they didn't listen to me. They had to go. 40 minutes later, our phone rang and confirmed that they had a car crash.
Oh my goodness, were they okay?
They've been completely okay, but what I saw in my vision at that age, it was scary. It was colors, visions of car crash, and my friend's face, who basically had some blood in. I was very scared. It took actually 4 years for me to discover why I see things before they happen. Why did people connect it to me? Why I am connected to unknown? And what's wrong with me? So, because you don't have anybody to talk to.
No, nobody would be able to relate to what you're seeing or experiencing. Later in life, you're able to use these tools and this ability to eventually connect with law enforcement. Is it true that you have helped to solve 22 cases?
Yes.
What sorts of cases are you assisting with?
Cold cases, many of them was cold cases, old cases, locate missing people, and also connected people to each other who basically been vanished for so many years and they didn't know where they are. And I started with law enforcement at the age of 17 back in Europe, and I moved here to US 10 years ago, and through that agency I connect with intelligence services here as well.
Can you give me an idea of a case that you've solved?
One of the cases that I had, it was almost 2 years ago. Coast Guard communicated with me and said, we have a missing pilot and missing plane. I said, where are you guys? He said, well, we are around the ocean. I said, you're guys in the wrong place. Number one, they are not alive. And he was like, how did you know that was they? I said, because it's 2 people that passed. And he immediately felt that you're right about it, because that was the student and instructor. So basically, after 25 minutes, after the helicopter came and took me, we found the stress signals from that plane. And they asked me, how did you know that? I said, he told me where he is.
Wow.
So
what do you mean by that? Did you hear voices, or you
voices? It's actually it's different, case by case. Some cases I feel and sense them directly communicating with me. Some cases they kind of like connecting me through other people, and some cases it's just the callers and numbers and names, and I bring them to attention for DA, private investigators, and crime lawyers. They put them together, and this was like, wow. You got it, bingo. You got a piece of
very helpful for people who may not have any other answers in these situations. When you walk by strangers on the street, do you ever get a sense for anything?
Of course, because as you know, we are all based on energies. And I pick up energies very fast. I feel and sense them very strongly. And when you are an empath, you can sense people almost, 100 miles away. But I try to not, because it's crazy. My life, maybe outside is look normal. I maybe look normal, but inside it's not normal.
Is it difficult to have to constantly be hearing and sensing things?
It is difficult. I can't be in any funerals because of the dead people. I communicate with them directly. I can't actually be around and surround people who basically doing something wrong. Example like high-profile people, celebrities, and other stuff, because then I can see and locate them, what they're up to, what is going on. So basically, it's hard for me. I close myself to not see things.
Do you call people out? I know you have celebrity clients. You say,
of course.
I know what you're up to when you're not here.
You know what I did? Actually, Impossible Hollywood, I changed it to I'm Possible Hollywood. I worked through my hypnose to helping a lot of models, actor, actress to achieve their dreams and desires. And of course, I did.
Wow. I know you have a book out. It's called Recoding Your Brain for a Better Life, and you're working on a second book.
Yes, and the third book. The second book, actually, I am working on an upcoming book with one very huge and very strong, intelligent agent who wants to talk to me, or basically, stand by on any cases that we solved together, and we are going to say when, where, how.
Wow. Okay. So we'll be looking forward to that one. Fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Where can folks get in contact with you? Maybe they would like to work with you on something.
Well, to see me face to face, they need to have some one-year waiting list. So it's
one-year waiting list. My goodness.
Yeah, but if they do have some cases, missing people or crime cases that they would love to involve me, they can connect to my agent, and through that, I will connect with them. But easy to talk to me because people ask me a million questions about. Guess what? What is my lottery number?
Lottery numbers.
Example.
Yes.
When I'm going to get married. Is he cheating or not cheating? Or stock markets or investment. So basically, avidadvice.com, avidadvice.com is the best place to communicate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have over 27,000 people or clients worldwide. And I'm very blessed and happy and thankful for that.
All right, Fia Johansson, the Persian Medium, thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Right, Stella, I'm intrigued. I'll send it back to you.
That's pretty incredible. Thank you so much, ladies.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Gemma's Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. 7 or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Gemma Spirit World
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, I am Gemma, your host tonight. How are we all? Oh my goodness, here on the Gold Coast we've just had the biggest storm. I know that parts of Australia, there are bushfires still burning, and I know that, a different part of Australia there's flooding and whatnot, but it just seems like there's a lot of crazy energy, weather activity going on in the world. And yeah, so obviously I look a wreck. I feel like I've been stuck in a storm, and it was a real big release to see the heavens open up and to see all the water. We haven't had rain for a long time. So it was really good for, Mother Nature to be able to suck up all that goodness. And it just feels, like especially after the full moon last night, just a massive big release, and a big release of letting go of everything that we've all been hanging on to that no longer serves us any good. So I've had a big week of clients, but I've been exhausted, and I know that it's coming up to the end of the year, and it's just exhausting. I know that it's like my school's finished, and it's like I feel like I've clocked off from work already, and I have like a 1 week work left. So it's going to be an exciting way to end the year for me next week. So that's probably, the biggest thing. Just really taking time out to look after ourselves during this busy time of the festive seasons. And I know last week I spoke about, really eating and drinking and whatnot in moderations. And I'm one to talk because I obviously had a big night. But, it was really nice to be able to let my hair down and to just have fun with friends and family, and just to not have any expectation on the night ahead, and just to really enjoy meeting new people. So, it really takes one to get out of your comfort zone if you're not one for doing it, to put yourself out there and really enjoy the moment. And when you enjoy the moment, you'd be amazed at the kind of people you get to meet too. And so yes, it's just been a really big week of meeting new people as well for me. And yeah, it's been huge, and I've been exhausted, but I think the biggest week, that I've noticed is that I've spent a lot of time with my kids this week, and they really bring me back they really ground me. I can get so airy-fairy and up in the air with work, and because I've got spirit around me all the time, being around my two beautiful boys, they really ground me, and they really, they're beautiful, and I have so much gratitude that I have them in my life. So apart from that, I'm really quiet actually. Generally have a lot more to say, but it's been full on, and I know that next week is going to be a bigger week for me. I've got lots of readings planned, booked in. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to spending time with my family, and just having some quiet time, and no technology, really taking time out to ground myself, not having any technology, television, getting away from, work a little bit, and just enjoying, the beautiful food, and just spending it with the kind of people that, you want to spend time with. So I've got that coming up in the next few weeks. So, but apart from that, I'm really, I've just had let me see what else I've had. I've probably had the quietest week spirit-wise. I was bombarded with spirit for about 3 weeks constantly. So it was very quiet for me to not have as many spirits knocking on my door. But I know that, every time when I say it's quiet, it gets busy. So we are going to connect because we have Rayleigh in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA. Oh, Roosh. Oh, my goodness. Rayleigh.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you tonight?
Good, and you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's yeah, I'm very well. I'm looking forward to the weekend. So how can I help you?
I was wondering if we can connect to my grandmother who passed.
Okay. Yep. All right. Just let me just sit with and just see who's here around me at the moment. Okay. With your grandmother, did she have any, because I do have somebody in the room with me at the moment, but I'm really drawn to my chest area. Did she have any kind of breathing problems at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, she did. Yeah.
I think she had lung cancer.
Okay. Wow. But such a determined lady too. She really fought to the end. She's really okay. I'm just sitting with her energy at the moment because she's not one to jump in and say a lot at the moment. She's really what she is showing me. Does she have a dog? Because I'm really drawn to a dog around her, but it's a lighter colour one. Okay. So she's showing me, and this dog would be with her. It's passed as well.
I'm not quite sure. My uncle had her dog.
Okay, so she keeps showing me this dog. So whether it's passed or not, but she's showing me this particular dog that was by her side, and knew a lot. Just knew her really well, especially when she wasn't feeling well. She's also, I'm just waiting for her to warm up to my energy at the moment. She's showing me a vase. By any chance, was she into creating like craft work, pottery? Because I'm really drawn to the vase. Was she a creative lady?
Yes, ma'am. She loved painting.
Because that's what she's showing me. So she's very proud of her. She's very proud of her work, and not only that, she had a lot of compliments from people around her from the work that she did. So she's showing me this vase, this painting, and it's really beautiful. But she has this beautiful energy, and not only that, it's like I'm just tuning into. I've got it here, but I just feel really. I feel really calm and relaxed. Like my mind, she was quite she was a relaxed lady. Like she has this most beautiful energy about her. It's very soothing. I don't know. She's the kind of person that I know that she would be a great listener. That she would have listened to everything that you said to her. She was the kind of person that you could open up to because she's got this calming energy about her. But I'm just really drawn to, even towards the end as well, like whether she had trouble speaking, because my voice feels like my voice feels like my throat area's got just a bit, blocked as well.
Yeah. She did.
But but she's a beautiful lady. Also, she's showing me a rug. Did she make rugs at all as well?
What did you say?
Did she have a rug, a blanket? Did she have like a blanket that she had over her legs, or did she make blankets? Because she's showing me this particular blanket or something she had given to you.
No, she gave me this blanket. She loved it. And it was her all-time favorite blanket, and it sat on her recliner. And she would use that blanket to cover up.
Yep. Because that's what she's showing me, and she loved it. It's beautiful, by the way, this blanket, because it's she's really drawing my attention to it, and I can feel it too. So it's something that she really likes to feel that blanket close to her. Because it's like but she's beautiful. She's okay. I just want to just ask a message for you, because I can obviously pass on messages. She's definitely around you. She's always around you, by the way. She's also mentioning, do you take off a particular ring and put it in a bowl? Do you have a particular ring, a ring on your finger that you take off every now and then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so she's letting me know that it's her way of letting me know that she's around you all the time by letting me know this, because she's showing me this. And so she's definitely around you a lot, especially when you put that ring. There's a ring that you put in a bowl. But she's also letting me know that, you know, you've gone through a lot, and she's letting me know that you've gone through a lot of hoops. So you've had lots of struggle, but at the same time, you're so fierce and determined like she was, if anything, a lot more than what she was, that she wants to let you know that, you know, anything you want in life, you know, you work hard to get it. So she's basically saying that you work hard, you know, the rewards are coming your way. Just hang on. She knows you've got a lot of patience, but she's like, good things are coming for you.
Yes.
She's leaning over. She wants to give you a big hug as well. She's a very huggy lady. Like she's got this she's got a beautiful heart. But she, at night time, do you actually feel like you have someone around the back of your neck at night time? Do you feel her presence around you at night time, more so at night time?
Actually, I felt like somebody's always with
Sorry, what was that? Sorry?
Ma'am?
Yeah, she's just letting me know that she's around you, and it feels like you notice her presence is what she's letting me know.
Yeah.
And she's like, she's around you. She's just, you know, and when you feel her that close, it's her giving you a hug.
Yeah.
So she's definitely around you. She's beautiful. And she's also letting me know, have you got, do you have a birthday? Is there some kind of celebration or birthday coming up for you? Because she's now showing me some flowers. Unless it was something, unless she has a birthday coming up, but there's flowers. She's got flowers in her hands.
Yes, my birthday is in February 25th.
Sorry, it's just cutting out. Sorry, there just seems to be a bit of a, I can hear you, but it's blurry. Can you repeat that again about the flowers, please?
Yes, ma'am. I got a birthday in February 25th.
Okay, so you do have one coming up. Yeah, so she's definitely, and I just keep seeing lots of flowers. She also mentions that a good cake is a good cake. You like to celebrate with a good cake. The cake's very important.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so she's she's constantly around you. She's beautiful. She has this beautiful energy, and she had a lot of people. She had a lot of love, and she had a lot of support around her. She had a lot of friends. She was the kind of person that, you know, what she's showing me is that she, you know, she lit up the room, basically. Her smile spoke 1,000 words.
Yes.
So, yes, so... Okay, Rayleigh, I have to go. I have to end our reading together, but I thank you for connecting with me tonight. I would love for you to follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World. Okie dokie, we have Brooke from Melbourne. Hello, Brooke. Hello, Brooke.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well. It's nice to speak to another Aussie. I'm on the Gold Coast, so what's the weather like in Melbourne at the moment? Yeah, I'm on the Gold Coast, so you've connected to an Australian psychic.
Oh, good.
So how can I help you today?
I was just wanting to know if there's anything that you can tell me, or I don't have anything specific.
Okay. So before you spoke I can hear lots of music around you. Do you actually go to festivals or bands? Like, I've got lots of music around you.
All right.
Did you say no?
I'm going out to one tonight.
Okay. Because I can hear it. I can hear the music, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So pretty much you're excited about, getting going out. Basically, I can hear it.
Oh my God!
It's going to be a big night. You're going to have a lot of fun.
That's good.
It's really don't have any expectations. Just enjoy. Really kick up those heels.
I will.
Yeah, so I've got that coming through for you. I've also are you planning on traveling soon? Because I keep seeing a plane, and whether you're going to Sydney, but it feels like you're traveling to a different state soon. Is that correct?
I'm not sure yet. My mum wanted to go to Queensland with me in April, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay, because I do see that happening for you, but it'd be interesting to see what I see is obviously I can see but it's at the end of the day, oh my goodness, my pussycat is on the table. At the end of the day, it's your choice, but I definitely see a plane. It feels like soon. It feels like within the next 3 months, because the plane comes through really quick, like it's really close to me. Do you also work 2 jobs? Because I keep hearing a juggling act, like you're juggling a lot of things in your life at the moment as well. Oh no, we lost Brooke. Okay, thank you. All right, we're just connecting to get Brooke back. My pussycat has come in to say hello. Raffy. Doesn't want to show himself today. Generally, he likes to walk up on the screen. Let's have a look to see if we can get him on. There we go. Say hello, pussycat. No, he's still a kitten. Alrighty, we're just seeing if we can connect with Brooke again. So let me just see what else. So Brooke, juggling act. So obviously she has a lot going on. But I'm really interested to know she has 2 jobs, because it just feels like she's got a lot going on there. Okay, so another thing for you, Brooke, that I have coming through is, you're definitely going to Queensland, definitely. Because I can see the palm trees as well. And I get that humidity feel that it's going to be quite warm when you come up. You will notice a big difference from Melbourne weather. Oh, pussycat. But apart from that, we may not. Let me see what else has got going on. I know that she's going to have a great night tonight. Oh my goodness, she's got lots coming up. She's the life of the party, and she enjoys life, and it's really good to see that she has a big group of friends around her. Keep seeing the colour red around her, so whether she's wearing something red tonight, but generally, it's, if it's not something that she's wearing red, it's all about love. So it'd be interesting to see who she's meeting up with and who she meets tonight. Brooke, I get the number 12 for you. So if 12 resonates with you, could be a birthday, could be an anniversary for something, could even be, a number that you resonate really well with, the number 12. We've got lots going on for Brooke at the moment, so we're just seeing if we can get her back online. Okay, Holly.
Yep, I'm here.
Hello, is it Holly?
Yes, I'm Holly.
Oh, you're Holly. How are you, Holly?
Good. How are you?
Well, thank you. What areas in your life would you like me to look at for you?
Just whatever you're drawn to. I mean, if I have a message.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm really drawn to your heart chakra at the moment. I feel like you've gone through a lot lately. It just feels like you've had a bit of a heartbreak around whether you've lost someone really close to you. My heart feels, it feels really, you've gone through, you're going through you've gone through a hard time. Have you lost a female around you at the moment? A female energy, like a mum, even a grandmother around you?
My mom and I have been arguing pretty much, going back and forth.
Okay, so this is where the heavy heart is. Okay, so the heavy heart is around your mum, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can feel that, and I can feel that. She's one very stubborn lady too. It doesn't like to listen to two sides of the story.
Yep, you are correct.
Yeah, I can see it. And oh my goodness, it's like, it's really hard to, doesn't matter what you say, at the end of the day, it feels like, she's only going to listen to her way and no one else's way.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, definitely. You have 2 children, is that correct? 2 children? I keep seeing the number 2 around you.
4 actually.
4, okay. So let me just see where. Okay, so with your 4 children, are there 2 of them close in age? Like, is there 2 of them close in age, and then the other 2, like, there's a gap in between the 3rd and the 4th?
My 2 youngest are the closest ones, and then my 2 older ones are farther apart.
Yeah, okay, because I can see that. I'm really drawn to the 2. Sorry, I've got my cat on the screen. Drawn to the 2 youngest as well. They've also gone through a lot as well. Actually, are you going through a separation, or not a separation, but even some kind of relationship or a separation? There's issues in your relationship with your partner.
My ex-husband and I, yes, very much arguing a lot lately, actually.
Okay, so I can feel that as well. It's quite draining on you because you're going through so much mentally, and it's more mental exhaustion than physically. And I also feel like, because I'm really drawn to your 2 youngest as well, and they're can be very emotional, and also it's really hard to, you give so much to your children, and it's like you don't have enough, energy left for, to look after yourself, but you keep on soldiering on because you have this strength about you. And given that, you don't have, at the moment, you don't have the support from your mum, it feels like that, that support's not there at the moment for you.
Mm-hmm.
I also, what I keep seeing for you is, I feel your heart. Just know that you've got the strength, and it feels like you're going through like this huge, big storm at the moment, because I keep seeing tidal waves in front of you, but I know that you always come out at the end stronger, and you have more clarity on the situation. Your mum is stubborn, but also at the end of the day, it's what I'm seeing for you is that you're honest with your feelings, and you're honest with, how you talk to her. But sometimes what I'm seeing for her is that your mum, it upsets her, because what I'm seeing around your mum is that she has blame. She keeps blaming herself for something, and with that blame, she takes it out on others. Does this resonate with you, in the fact that she feels guilty and blames herself for something?
Oh yes, very much so. She left when I was 9 years old, and moved and never came back to my 2 younger brothers, and then my stepdad raised me.
Yeah, okay. So I feel that. Wow. Yeah, and your relationship with your dad's still really strong, isn't it?
Actually, it's not. My biological dad is, yes, but my stepdad, no.
Okay, because I can feel the male energy around you. Okay, so so I can feel that support there. Is there for you, but it's not the same when it's, because you have this connection with your mum, and it feels like you reconnected, but it's amazing how, you know, when things go south with your mum, it really takes a while for her to reconnect with you again. And that's the hardest part, because you have that fear of losing her again when you had already lost her at a young age, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and there's that fear, and I feel that fear, and I know that you're not going to lose your mum. It's just that she needs a little bit of space to really work out, you know, just what's going on. Yeah, she's just got lots going on in her mind, and I just think that space is good for her, but at the same time, just keep on checking in on her, and it just, you know, just to see how she's doing. But I know that she's going to definitely come around, you know. It's just that she's very stubborn.
Very, very, very.
Very stubborn. And you've got that as well, but at the same time, you've got the strength. So you can see two sides of things, and where she doesn't. And it's like she can learn a lot from you. And I see that, you know, it's like, I know that, just give it next week. I can guarantee that the both of you will be back to talking with one another.
That'd be great. Make my life a lot easier, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And it just won't feel like you've got everything against you, because you've got your mum support. And I mean, your mum support's the best support, and it's just, they just get you, you know, they understand you. And as for your ex-partner, he's got a lot of issues going on. My head feels really heavy. He's very emotional. He's up and down. He doesn't know whether he's coming or going. But at the same time, just keep on standing in your truth, in your power. Just keep on doing what you're doing, because the strength and what you do for others and how much you put everyone else before yourself is amazing. So really remember to just take some time out for yourself. I know, you do so much. I can see it, and it's like, it's exhausting, but it's like, I know that when your relationship feels like it's reunited with your mum, you're going to feel like everything's okay again, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It seemed like as soon as we started arguing, everything kind of went tumbling down.
Yeah, I know. And just, you know, you can even say to her, I know you're stubborn, but come on, Mum, really, it's Christmas time soon, you know? It's like, it's silly. Like, she really needs to get outside a little bit more.
Yep.
All right, Holly, I have to end our connection, but it was lovely to chat with you from USA. I would love for you to follow me on my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Aussie Goddess Show. I just want to say a quick shout out this morning, because we've been undergoing some really severe bushfire stuff here in Australia. Where I live, we've been inundated with, we've had quite a few fires close, but it's been very smoky, and I know that there's a lot of people who've had to be evacuated, and a lot of animals at the moment that need some help from us. I understand that probably it's happening in the States as well. It's been a very dry, hot year this year. So I just want to send my love out to those people who've had to leave their homes or, leave their pets or whatever they've had to do. It's very difficult. And I know that the other day the smoke was so bad where we live, and we're some 30 kilometres away from the fires. So please, my heart goes out to all of you. I hope that, you stay safe, and we see some rain soon. It's been a long time since we got good rain. So anyway, on to the show. So first off, I want to say thank you to all the people coming over from my YouTube channel to support me. And it's been lovely to have all your comments. I have a couple of people on some of the other social medias that say it's lovely to see me. And I think I'm not so comfortable about seeing myself, but that's okay. That's why you just don't see me much on YouTube. It's only my hands doing the readings. So I'm going to do a quick reading, and then we'll take a couple of callers this morning. So, okay. So let's see what's happening today. Let's have a little look. There's a lot of planetary movement at the moment. If you're a Capricorn, you're going to probably feel it most. I think that most of the planets are in Capricorn around our birthday. I think I've got a couple of planets returning on my birthday, so lots of changes. Okay, let's see what's happening. So today we have the Hanged Man coming out. So the Hanged Man talks about some sort of situation that you need to look at from a different perspective. The Hanged Man's sort of like the universe putting us in a bit of a holding pattern so that we can look around us and really understand, what's happening for us at the moment. I'm not sure whether to put that in front of my face or next to my face. So, but the Hanged Man's a really good card because this has given us the opportunity to take a different perspective on something, which is so important sometimes. Okay, behind that I have the Star coming out. So this is really beautiful. This is something with the Hanged Man and the Star that talks to me about, understanding that you have a destiny, understanding that there are things on your pathway, but maybe at the moment you're going through some sort of healing process to move forward. This can be around, perhaps some sort of grief and loss that you've been through, can be some sort of situation where you need to take time out to really understand that things are on your path to help you grow, help you move in a different direction, but also to help you to open yourself up